Okay, thank you, Dixie. Good call. Good call. I had the button on, Dixie. Don't let me get away with this tonight, okay? Don't let me get away with this. Here we're back. We're back, right? I got you now. I got you now. I'm censoring myself, folks. It's gotten so bad. It's gotten so bad. This censorship culture, this cancel culture, that I'm even doing it to myself. Unbelievable. Thank you, Dixie. Kurtzberg, good to see you. Hi, Mary. Hi, Barbara. Good to see you. Carol, Annie, good to see you. Hi, Leanne. Mike, Pure Clean. Lisa, hi. Uh, we have sound now, guys. Sorry that if I made you jump over. I had the mute button on. I'm censoring myself. How are we doing tonight, guys? Why don't you tell me where you're from and how you're resonating frequency level from 1 to 100, 100 being fabulous. How about that? We'll start with that with this fabulous fabulous crowd. Susan, howdy from Texas to my head Sned, Big Daddy. Hi, Susan. Hi, Elena. Tennessee, Fred. Tennessee, Missouri, Helen. Hello, Gail. Rory, good to see you. Kathy, how you doing? All right, okay, now it's going to fly. Southeast Michigan, Ohio, 99. Helen, awesome. Dot from Alabama, 100, awesome. 75, Richard, fair enough. Lisa, Michigan, 45. Now, Lisa, it's not the temperature, right? Because it's probably a little colder there. But we'll see if we can't jack that up tonight. Dina, 100. Bill and Sandy, how are you from Southeast Ohio checking in? New York 85, Don, Sherry, Georgia 80%, Ohio 110, Tammy, awesome, awesome, guys. You can kind of get a sense of the room, right? Because this isn't a room. Remember, I'm not looking for everybody to be hundreds here. I'm looking for everybody to be honest. You know, when you're feeling down, hey, I get it. We've all been there. Michigan 50. Let's see if we can, help that. You know, maybe when you can check in like this and kind of see where you're at, then you can also see where you can go from there, right? And I think that's a really important thing, is to figure out how we can, ramp up our frequency in a really positive way, and help each other do that. Jerry, 100, awesome. Fort Myers, Florida, Charlene, awesome. Betty, 90%. You guys are flying by here. Winnipeg, 90%. Michigan. Linda, 90%, awesome. New Hampshire, hi, Robin. Long Island, 95, Cuomo's going down. Hey, Nicole, hey, can anybody tell me when I first said that Cuomo was going to go to prison? It was something along the lines of, he's not just going to be stepping down from governor, he's going to be stepping into leg irons. Sally, 200% giddy and so enjoying this. Sally, I think you are taking 17's advice, and I think you're enjoying the show. Well done. Well done. Sean, Boston, Mass here. How you doing, my brother? Phil, good to see you. 80. Colleen, freezing in Denver, feeling perfect. Awesome. Diane, good evening. Good evening. 1%, David. Come on, man. We gotta help you up. We gotta get you get the paddles out for you, my man. I hope we can help that. And thanks for being honest, if that's honestly how you're feeling. Selena, 90 from Alabama. John, Minnesota, 59. Colorado, feeling good and a little cold. Gail, how are you? Looking for some hopium. Teresa, we got some for you, but it's the all natural organic hopium that doesn't get you hooked, but definitely sustains your soul. D, Texas, 89%, awesome. Watching trial made you a little grumpy, 83. Alan, that's why I don't watch it. Virginia, 77. I'm from Israel, 70. Hi, Shirley. Welcome. Louisiana, 75%. Awesome. Any newbies here tonight? would you let us know if you're a newbie so we could say hi properly and welcome you to the broadcast and the great theater full of beautiful Snedheads, human beings, digital warriors, just awake human beings. I was thinking about our crew, right? The Snedheads. I was thinking about us all and thinking, oh my gosh, I'm so glad to be with you, and I feel so many of you are awake, and I think, oh my God, what a gift that we have to be, so awake and so dialed into everything that's happening. And I would put our audience up against, not that we're competing, but in terms of the vibe, in terms of the level of frequency that we vibrate at, the level of understanding that we have over the situation, I would put us up with any other audience here on the internet. Let me show you what I'm looking at here, folks, so you can kind of get a feel for what I'm doing throughout the broadcast. Back. Sorry about that, guys. So let me do this. Excuse me. If I'm doing the browser, let me see the Dave Cam here. Let me do the AKG mic. Okay. I just need to add the AKG mic. Okay. All right. How's that? Do you have sound now that yes, you should have sound now that I am now bringing you the deal. Thank you, Diane. I appreciate that. I did get my hair cut yesterday. All good in the hood. Okay, thanks for the great feedback, guys. Good. That's why I gotta check you guys out from time to time, right? 5-5. Awesome. Alrighty, let's check our codes. If you're new here, welcome. We do a process here called checking our codes, where we basically imagine, and I'll do a little different one here. Imagine if it's winter out, it's really cold, and your old winter coat from last year isn't going to cut it this year. It's ratty. It's you don't want to wear it. It doesn't keep you warm enough. So you got to go buy a new winter coat, but you didn't get around to doing it before it got cold. So you're going out in the cold weather. You're bringing your winter coat into into the store, and you're going to try on some new coats. You don't leave your old coat on to try on some new coats. So what you do is you take it off, you put it in the cart, or you put it somewhere close by, and you give it to your love or your children, and you have them hold it while you try on some new coats. Because if you try on the new potential new coat with your old coat, it's not going to fit. And that's what a lot of people do, is they're trying to pile on more information without understanding that if they don't get rid of the coat that has in it the indoctrination, the unconscious bias, preconceived notions, and also our ego, that we're not going to be able to find out if new information fits with us. We're not going to be able to find out if we can really jive with that new information. So what we do here is you're coming into a warm theater out of the cold air. You take off your coat, you take it to the coat check, you grab a claim ticket, and you come on in. Just like you would do at the store, where you drop it in the basket, it's safe, you're keeping an eye on it, your family's keeping an eye on it, and you're trying on some new coats. I'm not asking you to try on my coat. I don't want you to try on my coat. My coat's not going to fit you, right? You got to find the coat that fits you but it's so important to try on new coats and try on and see what, and sometimes right away, but these are these are important truths that we're attacking here on the broadcast, and I'd ask you to just have an open mind and be kind as well. So welcome everybody. David Snedeker. This is the Indoctrination. This is the broadcast that I envisioned doing many, many years ago, and we are probably somewhere in the ballpark of over 500 broadcasts. I don't know exactly how many. I need to count them up, but I will absolutely get back to that at one point, and so we've had a lot of broadcasts here together, and some were from me on the beach, some were here in the studio, some were at the house. Hey Elise, how are you? Good to see you, hon. And so we are looking at we're averaging, I think, about 3,000 right now this week. Beautiful Humans Live, and we've been getting in the ballpark of 40 to 50,000 per broadcast. So I thank you for showing up and being here. Kathy says closed captions are on. Guys, how many of you have closed captions? Because I think that's on your end, but I will double check that if that's the case. But thank you for that feedback, Kathy. So hold on. Happy birthday, Julie. Hold on. Which Julie? Whose birthday? Which Julie? I gotta know. Let me know. No closed captions, not here. Okay, so it's definitely on your end, Kathy. Always check that if you would, guys. Just double check, because that way it doesn't throw us off. Because believe me, when you tell me I've got an issue, when I've got a technical issue, I listen. All right, I listen. Why? Because I have a few over the course of this broadcast. Okay. Happy birthday, Julie. I haven't seen which Julie we're talking to yet. Somebody tell me the last name when you say happy birthday. Thank you, Lisa. Appreciate that. 308 in Twitch. Dave's gonna sing. Sheila, you got it. Let's see. Julie and Trickin, I'm 54 years young. Congratulations, Julie. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Julie. Happy birthday to you. Ba-ba-ba-ba-boo. Happy birthday, Julie. I hope you had a great day, and I'm so glad that you've decided to hang out with us tonight on your birthday. So let's get the birthday love up for Julie. Fantastic. Very cool. How sexy. I will take that as a compliment, and I will refer to that every day for the rest of my life. Thank you. Appreciate that. All right. So we got the check-in in. We got the coat check-in. We got the happy birthday going. Happy Friday night, guys. You realize this is a long weekend. By the way, I stopped and I got, excuse me, I got some organic tacos at my favorite place on the side of the road, and my cane sugar Coca-Cola. I do not drink anything that has high fructose corn syrup in it. And I refuse to drink diabetes in a bottle, but every once in a while I'll have a Mexican Coke, which will give me the pure cane sugar that I grew up on, and the ice cold glass bottle to your lips. Is there anything better than that? That's pretty awesome. So grab your favorite beverage, your favorite person, your favorite you Yeah, I didn't put anything in the Coke. I thought about it, Kay, but I didn't have any rum. Uh, excuse me. So we are. Thank you, Gina. Thanks. I got my hair cut yesterday. All right. So um, here we are on a Friday night on a long weekend, and here's another Friday come and gone. Maybe not quite yet, but another Friday come and gone where we didn't get the tweet that we thought we might get. Yeah, maybe we still will. I don't know. But here's the thing. All in good time, my friends. There is so much we don't know. As much as I feel like I have a handle on this, as much as Todd feels he has a handle on this, we don't know what's happening or what's going to happen in terms of a strategic front, right? In terms of strategic decisions. We make our best guesses based on speculative, going down the timestamps from the tweets, which we're going to do with Scavino tonight. I imagine Todd's been busy. If not, I've had some Snedheads who have been busy. I love that you guys are doing these dives yourself and sharing that information. I love what we got going here, guys. We're sharing a lot of love, a lot of information, and it's so important that we understand that this is what 17 wanted us to do. We're doing it. This is what General Michael Flynn wanted us to do. We're doing it. We're digital soldiers. Okay? This is what President Trump wanted us to do. And every step that is made from this far left communist socialist party and these rhinos that are business as usual, every step they take, every move they make. I might get flagged. Might get flagged for copyright infringement because I sound so much like Sting. They are exposing themselves. And I think the best thing that happens to any of us is that we spend the time that we spend with people, whether friends, family, coworkers, neighbors, that we have opportunities where they can expose themselves to us. I'm not talking about, some guy in a park with a rain jacket, all right, with a raincoat, all right. I'm not talking about that kind of, 70s creepy exposure that, quite frankly, that's what we're dealing with many of these people. But just that we have interactions, we have friends, we have people that expose themselves to show us their true nature. And for me, I think it's so important that when you enter into a relationship that you have a test of that relationship. And in this particular situation, the United States and the world is getting a test of a Joe Biden presidency. I still can't quite say it because he's not. But he is as part of the show. He is as part of the effort to make us aware of what's really going on and what's really happening. This lovely lady, I don't even think I could show the video, but I'm going to show you her picture and I'm going to tell you her story. And because they are wiping this video from the internet as best they can, just like they're wiping any truth that they possibly can, right, from this video. And so we let me see if I can find this. Let's see. Yeah, I'll get it. If you guys can drop it to me, maybe Christy, you could drop it to me and show, please. Todd, yeah, you were going to drop that for me last night. So we're not going to show it, but I'm going to tell you her story, and I think you guys have already seen it. And I think it's for real. But, you know, what we're seeing is a glimpse of what would have happened had we allowed these foreign compromised players back in control of this country. And that is all coming to the surface, and we're excited to see that come to the surface. But that wouldn't have come to the surface naturally had President Trump, you know, clearly won this last presidential election. And so I think we're getting a real gift here. And so I would like to basically just say, you know, let's excuse me. Let's embrace this for what it is together, and let's get into some stuff. I did want to share some viewer mail with you tonight, and there's so much I want to share with you, by the way, in regards to that. If you've sent me a letter, if you've sent me a gift, thank you. And just know that even if I don't bring it up here on the broadcast, or can't reply in the way that I would like, that I am grateful, and it does fuel me and fuel this broadcast, because it's I'm certainly not doing it for the money. This is probably the last endeavor I would have done if I was in the looking to make money. This is not the thing you do. This is the thing you do if you want to turn off as many of people in your life as you can. This is, make it impossible for you to get jobs in the future because of your body of work that is now out there for the world to see. This is the type of decision that you make out of a pure passion for wanting to spread this information and spread awareness and awakeness as best that I can. And David, thank you. I love you too. And so this is something that I've done. This is something Todd and Cindy do out of the goodness of their hearts. So the gifts, the things you send, the donations certainly do make a difference, but it's a very, very small part, and that's why nobody does donations. The only major place that does donations is NPR, and they do that because they want to pretend like they're viewer supported. They're not viewer supported, folks. They're government supported, and they're big foundations supported, okay? But what we really need to understand, this is what I ask for all of you, is that we understand that in this new paradigm, when we're getting rid of the CNNs and the Foxes and the MSNBCs and all that, that we have to support the new media. And we have to really get behind people like me and Todd and Cindy, and also others that are out there. And so I thank you for that, for those of you who are doing that. But the reality of it is something like 97% of the internet doesn't donate. They just watch for free and move on. And I think those numbers are a little less with us. I'm sorry, a little more that do donate than 3%, but it's still very small. And so just know that it is appreciated in your notes. So I want to read something to you here. And this is from, I didn't bring my glasses. I've lost my glasses, actually. But so I've had to read without them, so which is good. I'm working on my eyesight. So this is from Marianne, but I won't tell you that. I'll read it to you. So, dear David S., thank you. Oh, it was typed out, beautiful little letter, and sent me some gifts too, and sent me this beautiful bottle. Look at that bottle. And this is, we're going to talk about this. I'm going to have this probably on the website. This is called Vibes Up, and this is you know, you can get your water and it structures it, you know, with all that. So more on that later. Excuse me. Dear David, thank you for all that you do. You actually probably do not have any idea just what you have offered so many of us. A respite, a refuge, education, indoctrination, a chance for reflection. You have brought us endless evenings of so many various empathic emotions. You have brought myself and my family peace in uncertain times, a place where we could challenge ourselves and the establishment, where we can grow openly and together, share and ask questions. We are a team and so much more. We have grown into an incredibly large family with all the growing pains, not without apparent heartache, trials, and tribulation. You have provided for us such a raw and open forum, allowing for the human experience. During the past year, by the way, I've asked Marianne if this is okay to share, obviously. She said yes. I know we have all endured a lot. As my sweet and sassy granddaughter says, the scamdemic plandemic. On August 31st, 2020, our family and she suffered a tragic loss. Our sweet little Isabella Aura had a true knot which cut off her food supply. She was delivered stillborn on September 1st, 2020 at 8 months, 5 pounds and 8 ounces. Our hearts were all broken in a million little pieces. Something that was given all of us all so much hope just ripped out our hearts and tore them up. I truly think we all just survived for each other. We all wept a lot. The world kept going. Only a couple short months previous, Gabrielle had one of her most amazing therapy dogs rush to the vet with a quick onset breathing problem. He did not make it. Max. They did not have any idea what caused it either. We were all devastated. Our animals are our family too. To this day, we cannot believe it. I believe that as well. Animals are family, guys. I mean, animals hold a family together. I mean, animals are just, our pets are the closest we ever get to the animal kingdom. And that ability for our pets to give us a glimpse inside the animal kingdom and the hearts and the beauty and the love and the joy that these animals experience, I think is just the kind of thing that humanity will one day look back and say was one of the best parts of humanity. So 2020 was hard for all of us, but we always had you. You have been our rock, and others I know have been your rock. Perhaps we could not convey it or tell you, but you have been that steady Uncle Dave that we all so desperately have needed, enjoying your company and grown with. We know you have allowed us to go through some tough times with you too, so thank you for hanging on, because we all needed each other. Mostly too, my family would like to thank your family for so generously sharing you. When you think of it, they are actually willing to sacrifice that precious time with you to help save all of us. They are the silent warriors. We love them too, because they help you to be the person that you are for us. So thank you, and thank your wife and daughter. And I'll get into that a little bit later, but respectfully, Marianne S., Reno, Nevada, Palm Beach, Florida, PV, Mexico, Gabrielle S., Daddy Andre, 6 foot, little Andre, 6'2", in Hawaii, watching and engaging with you too. Daniela, Danny, Jordan Dante, 6'3". Apparently all the guys are attempting to catch up to you. So that's awesome. Thank you. Thank you, Marianne. That was beautiful. That really made my day. And I get a lot of those, folks. And I thank you so much. And I've wanted to read more of them to you, but look at all the things that we have. We got this constant fire hose of information that we're trying to disseminate and provide to you. And so Yes, and by the way, guys, if you would you keep that dear little sweet Isabella Aura in your prayers tonight? Thank you. So so beautiful. So we've got this fire hose coming at us. So let's try to see what we got here happening in the world. Excuse me. Yeah, I think we got the audio fixed. A lot of people chiming in with the beautiful letter and the pets, the connection with the dogs and 2 cats, pot-bellied pigs, goats, and chinchilla. Lisa, that's fantastic. Yeah, this is great. Bring tears of joy. God bless. Thanks, Patricia. Great stuff. So we had a visit. Let me see if we have the numbers. I want to do that now or not. Let's see. We're at about 2,400 beautiful humans. I'll get into a little something else, and then we'll excuse me. We'll get to what I'm gonna mention to you. So let me go to some of the stuff that I've already dropped in Facebook. I want to get into this right away because of the sheer amount of information that we've got coming at us, and I'm looking forward to hanging. So yeah, let me get to some good news here. Okay, what do you say we get to some good news? And let me know, by the way, if here we go. There we go. Window capture, and I got to go to this one. Okay. All right. Let me know if anything crazy happens here. I also need on the transition. So, some good news here. Operation Game Over. This was yesterday. Operation Game Over, 75 arrested in Super Bowl human trafficking sting, sheriff says. Look at all these people that were arrested, okay, in Tampa, Florida. Super Bowl, as we know, is the biggest human trafficking operation in history, by the way. When I say operation, I mean that's when most of the sex workers are working, is at the Super Bowl. In the days leading up to the Super Bowl, Hillsborough County detectives were working undercover in an anti-human trafficking operation. Sheriff Chad Chronister announced Thursday 75 individuals were arrested during Operation Game Over, describing it as a record number of arrests. Among them, 3 men are facing human trafficking charges. Others were trying to exchange money for sex, he explained. The sickening practice of human trafficking is a crime that is nothing less than modern-day slavery. Chronister said during the press conference, "We have not and will not relent in our efforts to stop the demand." And then for the past 2 weeks, undercover detectives targeted hotels, motels, massage parlors, street solicitors, and online chat rooms. The youngest suspect was 19 years old, and the oldest was 73 years old. These particular gentlemen, Scott Fitzgerald, Avon Lynch, Juan Cano, were all charged for human trafficking and for the purpose of sex trafficking. So this is going on. And by the way, this probably would have been much bigger. Had it been a normal Super Bowl, but it was not a normal Super Bowl because they didn't have the crowd normally that they would normally have. Okay, got to share this one with you from fabulous Tina Justine. Our parents didn't give a fuck about us. Do you remember this thing? Do you remember this thing? Oh my gosh. This is the one that I remember. You didn't even have it wasn't even padded. It was like a metal grate that you would just get pushed against. But yeah, it was different growing up then, wasn't it, guys? It was definitely different growing up with in the era that we did. I'm 55, so I experienced quite a bit of this kind of a thing. Riding bikes without a helmet, skateboards without a helmet, et cetera, et cetera. Excuse me. This is something that was on the Indoctrination Snedheads fan page, guys. I would ask you to please go to the Indoctrination Snedheads fan page, and join. And you just have to ask answer a couple questions, but you're going to find some great information on here. This one's from Donna Hopwood, and this is something that she picked up on a video of Joe Biden. Something that's not even hooked to his mask. I mean, it just keeps getting weirder and weirder and weirder, folks. This doesn't even look real. Like, I don't even know what that is. But it just, I mean, his nose we saw. I mean, it was crazy what was going on with his nose yesterday. Yeah, so that's really really crazy. So thank you for that, Donna. And so much more that is happening. I want to make sure. Let me see if I can get my video capture thing here. Yeah, that's not happening. Let's see. Video capture. There we go. And let me see if I can do that. Okay, no, that's not working. Okay, so I have to figure that out another time. Hopefully, going to figure out some of these bugs this weekend, guys, on this long weekend. And I want to get to the dives pretty quickly here tonight, and also maybe cut Todd and Cindy loose early. So, Todd, you guys want to call in and we can jump right into the Scavino things that are happening. In terms of the the shit show that they're performing here in DC, with not here in DC, but I mean in the United States, because I know we have people all around the world here with us, but. This is the kind of grandstanding that's happening, and this was from Kathy, who said, "Stacy Plaskett, guess what I'm sick and tired of? People like you using the race card. That just proves more to me that you do not have the intelligence to argue a point." I've only seen bits and pieces of this woman speak, but rest assured that they are reading from a script, and that script was written by the white hats to expose them further. Just if you have a difficult time wrapping your head around that, here's what I want to share with you, just so that you can kind of get a handle on it. All right. Hello.
Hello. Happy Friday, everybody.
Happy Friday. How are you, love?
I'm doing well, resonating very high as far as the vibrations.
Awesome. You sound awesome.
Thanks.
And how's your man? Is he resonating high?
He is. He had some downtime today, and I think
Good.
we both feel pretty good today.
Awesome.
Taking that silver and feeling a lot better, but got
Good.
a house full of kids, so it's been a busy day for this mama. Patriot
Well, awesome.
Mama's been a busy mama.
Patriot Mama. I love it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How are you guys doing?
Good. I'm still bachelor in it until next week.
Yeah.
So it's kind of nice, just focusing on work and focusing on getting ahead, getting out from under the the money monster here. And
You feeling okay? I keep hearing you clear your throat tonight.
I think it might have to do with the tacos that I had.
Ah,
Yeah, I don't know what's going
oh,
on. But yeah, I do agree. Or maybe I don't think it's the Coke, but let me see if that exacerbates it a bit.
huh.
Exacerbate. What a word,
Uh,
huh?
that's a big word. I always like that
Ex-
word.
Me too. Cindy, don't
That and
exacerbate me.
discombobulated.
Don't exacerbate me. So, what did you guys catch today? What do you want to talk about today?
Well, I'll leave that up to the man here
Okay,
because I did the family thing, so we'll
awesome.
leave it up to him.
Well, thanks for doing that so that he could focus on his stuff that
I
he could bring
try,
to the
I try.
table. So it's kind of coming from both of you.
Hey
Hey, brother.
everybody.
How
Oh
you
my
doing,
God,
man?
I held back my laughter as long as I could.
I hopefully until she got out of the room.
Zip it.
That was a great letter.
Isn't that awesome?
Yeah, that was awesome. That
Yeah.
to tell you the truth, I was getting a little bit of a nap in until you started reading that. I I have not been sleeping at all very good, so I don't
No,
know
you've been a vampire, man.
if it goes into that those of us who know don't sleep. I
Right?
must know something.
Right.
Now wait a minute. You sleep. You go from one extreme to the other.
Well, today, if you want to count, 2 hours of sleep today, that's yay.
All right. That's a
All
hell of a nap.
right. Yeah, that was awesome. Love it.
Hey,
No,
folks.
there's been a lot going on. Yeah, I just woke up and I caught the letter and I was like, oh my God, that's just fantastic. I'm so glad that, you know, people are getting, what they need out of this because that's why we
Yeah.
do it, you
Yep.
know. It,
Hey,
it,
here's
it's
something. Go ahead. Yes. Yeah. Here's some other good news. It started with the child trafficking, but Nicola, yesterday, I meant to bring this up yesterday, Nicola, actually. Sick of arguing with clowns who are completely oblivious to the ongoing pedo arrests because the mainstream media are silent, as usual. Sure, it's just the small fry now and some lesser known government officials, but do you really think there's nothing and nobody between these guys and Epstein? It's coming. We'll post every arrest now to inject a little real news into the fairy tale that is MSM. Cancel Disney Plus. This is a Disney World manager arrested on child porn charges. Brett Kinney, 40, of Lake Alfred, Florida, claimed a 22-year history of viewing child porn. Now, they can't hear you. Really? When I pulled that up, let me see. Wow. Okay. All right. Hold on. I see that. I see what's happening there. Okay.
Todd's
Now,
gone.
okay. Todd's back now.
Am I back?
You're back, buddy. I couldn't keep you down.
All right.
All right. I need to. There we go. And all I need to do is let me see the system audio. Get to system audio. I just need the system audio with this. There we go. Okay. Say something, Todd.
Something, Todd. Can you hear me, guys?
I believe
Check one,
so.
two, check, check. Com
Yep.
check, com check.
That's a comm check, my good man.
Good.
Okay,
They're
they can
saying
hear you. Awesome. Thanks guys for that heads up.
Kathy McClure can hear us, but Linda Mullenix can't. Okay. Well, at
I think
least we got
everyone's
some
back
of you.
now because you got the 10-minute delay there.
Okay.
Um, so yeah, what's your what did you spend your time on today?
I
What's
spent I spent a heck of a lot of time on going back through inauguration video
uh-huh.
and just seeing what other mistakes I could find. And Christy and I were on the phone for a couple hours actually this morning together,
Oh, cool.
and we also went down the line of trying to find out. The drops refer to um, President Trump replacing all of the three-letter agency heads except one.
Right.
And for some reason, we were trying to figure out who that individual was because there's 17 three-letter agencies, or the alphabet agencies, so-called.
Right.
And we came to a point where gosh, Christy, if you can remember, that seems like it was like 2 weeks ago this morning because I looked at so much information. Um, I don't know exactly what we came up with in the final analysis. We were working on it, and then she had to go, and I had to go, and we were running kids around, and she had her work to do. But yeah, I'm I went down that rabbit hole, and we went down some drops. I went down a lot of drops because I was trying to use the news to unlock the map, just like 17 says.
Mm-hmm.
And by using, there's a lot of news. So you try to
Yes.
find that key thing that sparks it. And I got to be honest, I really didn't hit, anything that was right between the eyes. When we know there were Scavino was busy today.
Yes.
I got about halfway through some of his. And some of them were good, but they were things that we've been to in the last 2 weeks. I mean, I
Okay.
think we've been, hovering over the target for so long.
Yeah.
Um, it's just finding the right piece of information to plug in to unlock the map, I think, and I'm still working on it, to tell you the truth. Maybe there's really no revelation here other than the revelation itself.
Well, what I think, well, I know that what we were finding, Todd, was that we were over the target at the time that they meant for us to be over the target.
Right.
And when we revisited the target days later, a week later, that was for those who are over the target to reconfirm that, yep, we're on the right track, and for people who missed it the first time.
Right. Yeah,
Right?
he's like he retraces his steps quite a bit in the last month, actually.
Yeah. Yeah.
And Christy
Absolutely.
just sent, the last one that we did a dive on, we believe the last one standing was Nakasone, Ken Nakasone. And he's a cyber intelligence officer, a general.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's about, we went through
When
all
you
the
say the
obvious
last
ones.
man standing, you mean um, that Trump didn't replace, or that of Trump's?
Yes, that Trump didn't replace.
Okay.
He was not replaced to date.
Right.
And I used to follow him on Twitter a lot, and he was dropping some bombs early, but you get distracted because there's so many
Yep.
other places you can go.
Right.
But yeah, that's where she came. We kind of came to the fact that, obviously, FBI, C blank A, you can
Yeah.
go down all the easy ones, all the way down to where Ken Nakasone was the guy that we came up with.
Yeah. Zach M says, "Do you guys think Trump will be impeached, or was just waste time and money?" 17 has said Trump has zero chance of being impeached, and we believe that 17 was aware of both of them. Then
Right. Yeah, I mean,
not just
in
the first one.
reality, yes, I believe that it's impossible for him to be impeached.
Yeah,
But possibly for the show purposes
for the
and
show.
different.
Yeah,
Yep, for
yeah,
disinformation purposes, he may.
yeah.
That may be also to, expose more of the deep state.
Yes,
Because I firmly believe that we are in the exposure phase, and the more you see Biden, doing what he does, as crazy as everything gets with him, it's
right.
he's done everything, but well, I mean, he's even come to the point where he's letting everybody come back into the country. Arrests have come up 74% January over January at the border. And Tom Holman, who was the head of ICE, I believe it was ICE. I believe Holman was the ICE director.
Mm-hmm.
He was interviewed over the weekend, and he was fuming. Veins in the neck bulging, fuming
And what was
about
he saying?
all these reversals, because he's President Trump put in place a lot of things that worked. He eliminated catch and release, where they just
Right.
basically take your name and number and say, "Hey, come back in 2 years and we'll have a court date for you," which nobody ever returned.
Exactly.
And Joe Biden, even during the election, was claiming that, oh, these people come in for their court dates, and the numbers, like 99.99% don't. It's
Yeah.
it's
Yeah.
ridiculous. You may just let everybody walk in and don't even take their name.
Yep. Yep.
So that was kind of something that we didn't touch on during the week. That the border security was one of the things that I thought might awaken a lot of people, especially people that it affects. Down on the border states. You could see who would have buyer's remorse. People of Arizona, the people of Nevada, the people of California. Right. The people in Texas, but southern Texas, I think, even voted for Trump because of that problem.
Yeah.
So, it's all the exposure, and you just look at it, it's like, how much more obvious can they be?
Yeah.
In my opinion, the temperature is rising in the country. We're getting to a critical phase where, I'm hearing things from people who are, otherwise normal citizens, like, we've got to do something. And I say, we don't do what you're talking about. We follow the law. We're a peaceful society. Only using what they were talking about in self-defense is what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm.
And so, I think that's part of our job also, is to keep everyone, in a rational state of mind until this is taken out.
Right.
Being as we know what we know through the drops, we've had so much information. We've gone through. God, I don't even know how many times we've gone. There's 5,000 drops, right?
Yeah, almost.
How many times have we been to each one now?
Oh, it's been a lot. I mean, I don't think we've hit every single one, but we've hit, like, really important, really key ones. We've hit it a lot. We've hit them a lot.
A lot.
Yeah.
Especially doing the offline work that I do.
Right.
I was talking to Richard a couple weeks ago, and we were talking. He was kind of following the way we were breaking down, all the numbers available and what we see as significant numbers to follow when we're doing a dive.
Mm-hmm.
How we take the blue numbers and the timestamp numbers, and then we mirror everything. And I said, the hardest thing to know is when to stop.
Yeah.
Because when you go from one drop to the next drop to the next drop, all of those numbers open the same doors that the original drop did.
Right.
And so, like I told him, off of one timestamp, you can go 40 levels deep. And I've done it. And it's like, where do you draw the line? How much is too much information?
Right. And they guide you through this information. But here's the thing. Think about the just absolutely limitless connections with those links, but also the limitless connections with the people, the limitless connections with the companies, corporations, the media corporations, etc. It's
incredible.
Yeah, it's crazy.
And how do you make relevant statements versus 2018 to 2021?
Right.
Right. You make them relevant
3 years
somewhat
to
each day, and then it's much more relevant now sometimes.
Yes.
It's like you just shake your head and you like 17 said, how many times before it's mathematically impossible.
Right.
That's what we live every day when you follow these drops.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
it's
one
confirmation.
What's going on?
Yeah, they call them Q proofs.
Yeah.
And now I know why.
Yep. I want to show a couple of videos here. Now, you guys may have seen it, but the key here is going to be that we're going to go over it with you, and this is really precious stuff here. So this is from Scavino. Let me start with this guy here. This is.
I promise to fight every single day. I'm a fighter and I'm relentless. But I'm a fighter and I'm relentless. A fighter and I'm relentless. I will fight like hell.
But the way I see it now is that we pick ourselves up and we fight back. And we fight back. We do not back down. We do not compromise. Not today, not tomorrow, not ever. You can stand your ground and fight back. We do fight back, but we are going to fight back. We are not turning this.
Hold on, I'm not seeing the video. Bear with me here, guys, please. Oh, that's why. Okay. Let me get rid of this here. All right. There we go.
Country over to what Donald Trump has sold. We are just not. We can whine or we can fight back. Me, I'm here to fight back.
And whine.
I'm here to fight back. That we fight harder, we fight tougher, and we fight more passionately than ever.
As Joe Biden says, to fight. It's about fighting for what we're fighting for. We will tell them about.
This is in retaliation to Trump saying we got to fight when we go to the Capitol. It's taken out of context completely. That he's basically saying exactly what these folks are saying.
What we did to fight. Really about a fight, but truly, I do believe that we're in a fight. I believe that we are in a fight. I believe we are in a fight. I believe we are in a fight. So there's a fight in front of us. A fight for all of these things. And so we're prepared to fight for that. We know how to fight. Our ongoing fight, a fight. We know how to fight. We like a good fight. We were born out of a fight. This is what is our fight right now.
We still have a fight on our hands.
That was 15 fights by Kamala in the same speech.
Fight hard for the changes Americans.
This woman is the biggest phony. Every time I see her open her mouth, I just cannot get over what a phony she is.
are demanding. Get in the fight, to winning the fight, to fighting. He's fighting. He has every tool possible to fight for this change. We'll fight to fighting hard, serious about fighting and fight. We got to get on our front foot and fight.
Let me tell you something. She's never fought anything in her life other than a bad hair day.
Back. Problems, we call them out and we fight back. I'm in this fight. I am fighting. Get in this fight. Get in this fight.
Get in this fight.
Get in this fight. And fighting, we all need to be in the fight. We all need to stay in the fight. We stay in this fight. We fought back. I am not afraid of a fight. I am in this fight all the way. You don't get what you don't fight for. Our fight. We are in this fight for our lives.
But we are going to make sure that this fight does not end tonight.
This is a fight for our lives, the lives of our friends and family members and neighbors. It is a fight, and it is a fight that we're going to work to make sure continues. It's a fight. It is a fight. It is a fight, and that's what this fight is for.
Well, I'm wired to fight anyone who isn't doing their job for us. I'm John Tester, and you're damn right. I approve this message.
And I'll have lots of fights ahead of us, and I'm ready to stand up and keep fighting. We have to fight. We're going to fight. We need to fight, and we need to fight. We're going to fight. We got a few more fights. I'm going to take the privilege of a few more fights, and we have the biggest fight of all. I will never stop fighting.
We need to say loud and clear that we are ready to fight.
It's a bare-knuckles fight.
Now they're going to have to actually fight back against people.
The fight has to be conducted.
It is so important that we need to fight.
Fight that fight.
We have been fighting.
I was fighting very hard. Time is of the essence, both in terms of the fight.
I think we should be fighting.
Well, I really believe we need to fight.
We're simply not going to take this line down. We're going to keep fighting.
So I'm telling all my colleagues, this is the fight of our life.
Whose side are you on? Who are you fighting for?
They're fighting, I'm fighting. We're both fighting.
We will fight back. We're not going to just take this line down.
I'm just going to keep the fight up.
What we have to do right now is fight as hard as we can.
We have to rise up and fight back.
And so we're going to fight, and we're going to continue to fight.
I am going to be fighting like hell.
Keep fighting, or we kept fighting and we did. So we're going to keep fighting.
We have to be fighting every single day.
We have to fight back, and we have no choice but to do that. I think we're doing the right thing to do that.
Fighting.
And I'm fighting.
Brown have been fighting.
Well, our job right now is to fight.
It's really important. I'm going to keep fighting.
I'm asking for the support of people across the country to fight back.
And you got to be fierce in fighting.
And every day I'm in the United States Senate, I will fight.
I've told President Biden I will fight like mad.
I'll tell you what, now more than ever, we have to fight like hell.
We have these battles on the floor of the Senate. I'm going to go down and battle, and I'm going to be down there on the floor fighting.
Right. But we Democrats are fighting as hard as we can. Democrats are fighting as hard as we can. Credit it in any way, but we're fighting back.
What we've got to do is fight in Congress, fight in the courts, fight in the streets, fight online, fight at the ballot box.
We'll also fight him and challenge him in every way that we can, in the Congress, in the courts, and in the streets.
Fighting and pushing around the clock, fighting. Continue to be brave and be strong and keep fighting. We're getting people engaged in the fight. We're fighting. We've got to keep fighting.
Sorry. There's another 4 minutes of that, of pure hypocrisy. It's uncanny, the level of hypocrisy that is being perpetrated by these people, and this is really, really amazing to me that that we are able to see this unfold, because what we're seeing is these people who have been given a script by the White Hats. And this script is, you can't get over how perfect this script is. Now watch this. This is unbelievable. Now this is the New York Times, okay? This is a defense exhibit, all right, by David Schoen. And let me pull this up here. And we're only going to watch a few of these because we're not going to go back through the impeachment, because it is a show
of their preparations. In one of those, Manager Raskin is seen here at his desk reviewing two tweets side by side. The image on his screen claims to show that President Trump had retweeted one of those tweets. Now, members of the Senate, let's look closely at this screen, because obviously Manager Raskin considered it important enough that he invited the New York Times to watch him watching it. Now, what's wrong with this image? Actually, there are three things very wrong with it. Look at the date on the very bottom of the screen on Manager Raskin's computer screen when we zoom into the picture. The date that appears is January 3rd, 2020, not 2021. Why is that date wrong? Because this is not a real screenshot that he's working with. This is a recreation of a tweet, and you got the date wrong when you manufactured this graphic. You did not disclose that this is a manufactured graphic and not a real screenshot of a tweet. Now, to be fair, the House managers caught this error before showing the image on the Senate floor, so you never saw it when it was presented to you. But that's not all. They didn't fix this one. Look at the blue check mark next to the Twitter username of the account retweeted by the president. It indicates that this is a verified account, given the blue check by Twitter to indicate it is run by a public figure. The problem? The user's real account is not verified and has no blue check mark, as you can see. Were you trying to make her account seem more significant, or were you just sloppy? If we had due process of law in this case, we would know the truth. But that's not all that's wrong with this one tweet. House Manager Swalwell showed you this tweet this week, and he emphasized that this tweet reflected a call to arms. He told you repeatedly that this was a promise to call in the cavalry for January 6th. He expressly led you to believe that President Trump's supporter believed that the president wanted armed supporters at the January 6th speech, paramilitary groups, the cavalry, ready for physical combat. The problem is, the actual text is exactly the opposite. The tweeter promised to bring the Calvary, a public display of Christ's crucifixion, a central symbol of her Christian faith, with her to the president's speech, a symbol of faith, love, and peace. They just never want to seem to read the text and believe what the text means. And you'll see this reported in the media last evening also. Words matter, they told you, but they selectively edited the president's words over and over again. They manipulated video, time-shifting clips, and made it appear the president's words were playing to a crowd when they weren't. Let's take a look.
After this, we're going to walk down, and I'll be there with you. We're going to walk down. We're going to walk down to the Capitol. You want, but I think right here, we're going to walk down to the Capitol, and we're going to cheer on our brave senators and congressmen and women, and we're probably not going to be cheering so much for some of them, because you'll never take back our country with weakness. You have to show strength, and you have to be strong. We have come to demand that Congress do the right thing and only count the electors who have been lawfully slated. I know that everyone here will soon be marching over to the Capitol building to peacefully and patriotically make your voices heard.
And we are going to walk down to the Capitol. They showed you that part. Why are we walking to the Capitol? Well, they cut that off to cheer on some members of Congress and not others, peacefully and patriotically. The Supreme Court ruled in Brandenburg that there's a very clear standard for incitement. In short, to paraphrase, whether the speech was intended to provoke imminent lawless action, and was it likely to do so. Go to the Capitol and cheer on some members of Congress, but not others. They know it doesn't meet the standard for incitement, so they edited it down. We heard a lot this week about fight like hell.
Hey, Dave. We can't hear you.
Oh, sorry, buddy. Sorry, I had to go off. I'm missing my my napkin. I normally put over my mic when I go silent. Where the heck is that? Oh, here it is. Okay.
No glasses and no napkin and no glasses tonight. You're
I don't know how I'm
blind.
functioning, man. I don't even know how I'm functioning.
Smoke and mirrors.
So what I was saying is, Todd, how obvious is it that these scripts were written by the white hats to absolutely expose these people for who they are and what they're trying to do with this rhetoric-led impeachment?
It's just ridiculous, isn't it? I mean,
yeah.
It's not even a dog and pony show because there's no show. It's so easy to figure out. It's like, really, you're going to think that you're going to get away with the cut and splice of the voice? You know, why don't you just cut all his speeches up and make him say what you want?
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's just it's beyond ridiculous.
Right.
And the hypocrisy, you know, I saw a couple comments. I think they're maybe trolls, maybe not. Maybe they just have a different opinion, but saying, oh, well, why are we seeing this? This is old, you know, when we were on the fight speech. Well, it's to point out hypocrisy, and if you can't see that, if we need to explain that, then maybe you're not at the level you need to be on this show.
And let me reiterate why I did show that. Yes, to show the hypocrisy, but to show the obvious and blatant hypocrisy. And how long has this script been given to them? You know, how long do we have these people saying the script of the white hats? That's what's really very, very interesting when you get right down to it. So to show the obvious hypocrisy, then we can show you exactly, you know, how long it's been happening and why it's going down the way it is. Quite honestly.
Well, yeah, we've gone through the ridiculous. Now we're in the sublime.
Yes, yes.
You know.
Hey, I got something fun I want to do here, and I want to share something with you guys that happened on the show last night, and this was pretty cool. Do you remember when all those hearts showed up in the chat last night?
Yeah.
From Hawk at Prepping 101. Okay. So let me tell you how that went down. This is really, really cool. And I want to share this with you all. And yeah, so just check this out. Watch this here for a few minutes, and let's let this play out. This is a group called Prepping 101. And let me play it for you here.
You know, like I follow the timestamps. You know, I'm good with the numbers and stuff like that. Dave's got a team.
Just a bit. Hold on.
I wish more people were live right now that I knew about or y'all knew about.
So this guy finds live broadcasts like our own that don't have, you know, that might have X amount of viewers, but he thinks, well, let's boost them. Let's go send some love. He calls it a love raid, okay? And so he's asking his team for other people. And
I've been trying to decide on the schedule. I dropped one in the private chat there. Now,
right up here.
Yeah. So, you remember I was talking to you about how I loved the way that you broke down posts, you know, in comparison, following, like I follow the timestamps.
Right.
I'm good with the numbers and stuff like that. Dave's got a team, him and Cindy and Todd. There's three of them, and they do basically what you're doing. And he's always been a message of hope. At the same time, and Todd's got a theory that I kind of, in some ways, I agree with, that most of this has already been done. Basically they have to reveal it in increments. They can't do it all at one time, because all at one time would cause some people to have a flipping heart attack,
Right.
And I kind of agree with that, because there were some extremely evil things that were going on. And I think that they did, that there were some things that have already been done.
He's got 1,146. Do you think we have the manpower to at least spread some love here right now?
Oh, don't you know?
He'd know you're there. He'd know you're there. I like to save America.
He would watch and he would see it.
I also like his 17th backdrop there.
Yep.
So y'all want to go? Y'all want to go?
Yep. Tell him that Hawk and Prepping 101 sent you.
Yeah, exactly.
Does he know you? They know me. Yeah, they know me.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Hey Todd, is this Hawk of Prepping 101? Is this our Hawk? That's here quite a bit.
I don't know, Dave. I don't know. I will be finding out though.
Yeah, exactly. So this is kind of cool. So this guy is now going to ask his viewers to come over to our show. So check this out. This is really cool.
Awesome.
All right.
So now you're about to see what happens here.
That's cool.
Homestead.
Yeah.
This is how it goes on.
Go show.
So this girl down in the lower left-hand corner, Quebec Homestead, they just did it to her, and she came on their show, and so now they're showing her what they did.
The love, tell them Hawk and Prepping 101 sent you, and just watch it live.
Open it.
We're literally doing this live.
You see all these guys going, "Let's do it."
Boom! There it
Let's
is.
do it.
Hey, 101, I got a good one. A buddy of mine.
Wait a minute. I forgot to share the sound.
He's seeing it right now.
I know he is. There.
Okay, Dave.
Yeah.
We have somebody in the chat that's Tech the Noob.
So this is dialogue
saying, I'm
from
trying to
last
get
night.
the message across to Dave. There is a media file in your OBS scene from the Great Awakening. When you show your screen, it starts to play. It's behind the layer of the video for your screen share.
Okay.
Okay, who said that? That's to me?
Wow, a lot of hearts and stuff happening. What's going on?
What's going
on? A lot of hearts.
Something technically went wrong on my end. I can't
Tell
get
him
it
Hawk
anymore.
and Prepping 101
Is
sent you.
that right? Okay.
Yep. Damn it.
Don't forget to hit the thumbs up button.
That is so cool. Oh my gosh.
Hawk and 101.
No, he knows something's going on now.
Okay, that's the, probably the.
He was like on a
Hawk and
phone call
101.
or something, wasn't he?
This is really weird. Sending love. Okay. Thank you guys for all
This
that.
is really
That's
weird.
fantastic. Okay, so in the scene, I got to get rid of some scenes. That's what I got.
He's into.
Let me get rid of some scenes. That'll help.
And you look at his Homestead, look at his likes. It went from like 100 and something up to 400 in a matter of minutes.
Yes, 1,300. You gained 200.
That's
something.
crazy. That's amazing.
Keep smashing that
And,
like button.
closed
And he's
captioning.
somebody that you could subscribe to. He keeps
Are
his.
you serious about the closed captioning? I think that's on your end, dude.
He keeps his thing up on there.
Somebody else have closed captioning?
he's always good information, and he's accurate. He won't put anything on there that is misinformation in any way, shape, or form.
All right, y'all get out of there.
Okay.
Pull out.
Okay, come on, let him get back to work.
Hey, 101, I got
heard
one. I put
somebody
it in
saying
private
something
chat.
about Jay was supposed to have something to share.
So wasn't that cool? So that's what they did. Isn't that
Holy
awesome?
shit, that is so awesome.
Isn't that awesome?
I love it.
Isn't that great? So
That is great.
And Hawk was very complimentary, obviously, of us, which I really appreciate. And these guys are like, hey, they know people are getting censored, right? They know what's going on. And so it's really about let's help each other out. You know, they have 22,000 subscribers. I think we're at 5,000. We had almost 11,000 on the other one before getting terminated. But here's what I'd like to do, folks, is I'd like to do the same thing to them. And so here's what we're going to do. I'm going to show you their live right now.
With it.
Okay.
Oh, this is awesome. Big trouble. Big fun.
So they're live right now.
Plus
looks like about 7 people,
well.
right?
Oh, so you lose your snowmobile.
They got their tinfoil hats on. Right?
That's their trick there.
I love that's
great. We don't have a lot of snow. Like you guys have more snow.
Would this be considered bridging?
It only.
Yeah, I think so.
Certain elevation.
I think this is bridging.
So, so I'm going to turn the sound off just for a sec and let it play. But let's do this. So, guys, if you would open up another browser, and let's love raid them. We have right now. We have right now well over 2,600 people. So let's go love raid them and just drop all these heart emojis like crazy and tell them you're Snedheads. Tell them, David Snedeker sent you. Let's do it. All right. And so here's what I'm going to show you here. Okay. Let me drop the link of where we're going, and it's the live show. They're live right now. They were looking for us live, and let me get this in the Restream chat here. So even if you don't know how to do the heart emojis, you can just say I sent you, okay, and yeah. Said,
is that YouTube or Facebook?
YouTube.
Okay.
Yeah. So I just dropped the link, and I'll drop it again. And I think Facebook. It's not showing up on Facebook. So maybe it is. It is showing up on Facebook. Okay. You guys ready? Ready to do this? And I'll put them on live so we can see it.
Where's the link?
Oh, there we go. Here we go.
Nation.
All right, give it to him, guys.
Yeah, incredible guy.
Give it to him.
It's he's the guy I was telling you. He's got Todd and Cindy working with him, and he's got a group of Snedheads that are amazing researchers, and we rated them last night. Yeah, right on.
Oh,
Thanks,
your
Dave.
friend Hawk, him.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, Dave's.
Yeah.
It's so he does the podcast IndoctriNATION. He does, remember we were talking about the difference, how we look at the boards and how we read the boards and how we get to those. Todd's got a really unique way about doing the timestamps and stuff. I learned a lot from him. Incredible. Him and Cindy both deep researchers. The one thing we talked
give
about.
Give him a like,
guys.
Give him a like, please.
And I think Dave's in the same mind is that
and give him
a lot of this is
subscribe.
already done. It just can't be revealed yet.
Give him a like. Give him a like.
And
we're doubling
in
their
that
numbers
mode
right
where
now.
Bits and pieces
really cool.
are coming out. We needed to see all the bad. We needed to see the evil, so that in order for us to move forward into the next level of consciousness for this country, we have to eliminate the evil. We can't take the evil with us.
Let me say this, Dave. First off, thank you for all the love and support.
You're welcome, brother.
Second off, sorry, I forgot. We did so many raids last night. It was nuts.
That was awesome.
Does he have a hat?
Thank you, Pepper Lane. for
Does he have a
that
hat,
info.
Mark? I don't know. Dave, do you have a tinfoil hat? I'd love to know.
He had the Q on the wall.
I know he had the Q on the wall.
Yep.
Well, he's definitely got a hat.
Yeah.
Yeah, I definitely.
Hey, Pepper.
I had one.
Pepper
Remember, I
101.
had the,
You showed that symbol too, right? The DNC symbol. Hey,
Yeah.
Remember, I used
check
to have
that
it in
symbol out a
this,
little bit
and I
more,
don't have it
man,
in
because
there,
I kind of looked at it, and it does look like a star. You know what I mean? It does look like that satanic star. But if you really look at it, it looked like compass arrows.
All right, guys,
No,
let's
there's
come
5
on
points
back.
to it,
Come
brother.
on back into the show. Let them get
but
back
each,
to theirs.
Each side, if you look
Wish them
at it
much
one
love.
way, if you
And
look
we'll
at the
catch 'em
whole
another time.
triangle
Make
thing,
sure you smash the
it looked
like
like
button,
compass
please.
arrows. It does. It literally looks
And
like compass
subscribe.
arrows. Like, you know what I
That's
mean?
awesome.
I mean, not
that
not
cool?
only is it used in, I mean, if you,
Yeah,
if you think about
I'd
it, the
like to
5-point
see those
star,
guys.
Yeah. And
you
they
know, whether
just get a
it's
bunch of guys together
pointed off
and
to the
just
side
talk
or
about
inverted downward
important
and things
stuff,
like that
you know?
can all be
I hope
associated.
the
Yeah,
love
it's
raid
really
is still
cool.
going. Give me 1 second.
Oh yeah,
That's-
it's still
that's
going.
really
Look
cool.
at that. It's,
Share.
Yeah, I'd love to
Wow.
see
That's
what
cool.
they have to say and how they research and
you
break
have
things
to remember
down.
that
It's
that
like you
5-point
said
star
before.
pointed
Everybody
in-
kind of has their own
Come
fingerprint.
on back,
when it
guys.
comes-
Come on back. Let them get back to their show. And that was awesome, guys. Well done. Well done.
We don't know how to stop them.
How do you stop that? Jane, get me off this crazy thing.
No more love, guys. No more love.
No more love. They're getting sick from the all the heart emojis. They're getting sick. Now that was awesome, Snedheads. Way to go, guys. That we blew them up. That was really cool. And I think we added about 1,000 viewers there for a minute. I wasn't really good with the numbers, but so Prepping 101, you guys rock. Hawk, thanks for launching that last night, and thanks for what you guys are doing. That's pretty cool. How we gotta support each other out there in the truth community. So great to make that connection, and now I get to watch you guys as well. So all right, come on back, Snedheads. Let's get back into the show. Yeah, wasn't that cool, Todd? Cindy, wasn't that awesome? You got to enjoy a little bit of that. You guys getting props? Oh, don't tell me I lost you. Don't tell me I lost you. What is up, man? Hate when that happens. Hate when that happens. Yeah, way to go, Snedheads. That was pretty awesome. That was really awesome. Very cool. The Love Raid. And I'd never heard of that. Had you guys ever heard of that before? That was so cool that Prepping 101 does that. Very cool stuff. Let me call Todd and Cindy back because we dropped that call for some reason. I don't know what's going on. Thank you, guys. Yeah, we found some more people like us, didn't we? Right, Lynn? Thanks for that. That's awesome. What an awesome idea. You're an amazing, awesome guy, Dave. Thanks. Hey, sorry about that. I don't know what happened, but our normal disconnect.
That's okay. That was just awesome. I've never been a part of that, but I'm glad that I just experienced that. That was really wonderful, and look forward to checking them out too.
Yeah, wasn't that cool? What a great
I'd
idea.
love to hear, just like I was talking before, I don't know if you heard, but, the gentlemen, the people that were speaking were talking about, how they picked up stuff from us. And, I'm sure if I watched them, I could pick up techniques from them too. And it's kind of like you piece it together and you almost have a fingerprint to your own research, and it works a lot of different ways.
Yeah, exactly. And, yeah. It's called Shady J76 says, I have been trying to tell you it's called a room raid. Okay, I'm not seeing that. I'm seeing that for the first time.
A room raid?
A room raid. I like Love Raid better, I think. Huh?
Yeah.
Panty raid.
Selena says
not a panty raid, but a room raid.
Selena says when you are not on, I watch them. So
Awesome.
that's what you're doing, Selena. You're slipping off, huh? Behind my back, huh?
Step
What's
it
going
out.
on? Agnes Alvarado said it's nice to be back home.
Aw.
That's awesome. Somehow our world got smaller while getting many more friends. Sig 13, nice.
Yep.
Benjamin says thanks from 101. Awesome. You guys rock. You guys rock. Let's see.
Well, sometimes you feel
Very
like
cool.
you're screaming out in the wilderness and you don't know if anybody's listening.
Yeah, I know, right? Right? They definitely were, right?
Yeah, that's
They definitely
awesome.
were. Yeah. So very cool. Great stuff. Love Raid. Love it. Yeah, Christine, thank you, Dave, for having us participate in the Love Room Raid. Awesome. Hey, while we're on that subject, guys, I want to just say this real quick. Last night, I took you to My Home Court on Facebook, and to give them some likes because it's a nonprofit. I think like only 40 people did, something like that. Can we go to My Home Court on Facebook, please, and just smash the heck out of the like button? This is a nonprofit that's run by some friends of mine, and they take dilapidated parks and they bring artists into these dilapidated parks and they rejuvenate these parks. It's such a special thing. It's in inner cities. Will you please give them a like, maybe a share, so other people can see what they're doing? Doesn't cost a dime. All we're doing is showing the support. There's 670 people that like this, 65 of my friends. Can we like quadruple that right now, please? And just Facebook, My Home Court, and just smash that up, please. They're great people, really, really great people, fantastic human beings, and they're doing some great stuff. Very cool. So, yes, and also on YouTube, thank you, Lucinda. 1,200 watching, under 600 like. Come on, folks, hit the like button. Good vibes. Yeah, please do that. All right, and we'll check in on Home Court later. I want to see how big that goes. All right, so please do that. If you're doing it on your TV, if you would, just go on your phone or your iPad or something. Awesome. We already got an additional 200 and some people already. Awesome. Yeah, please do that, guys. Thank you.
Well, Dave, just imagine, those guys, come up with this really cool thing, where they go and do something like that for us, to make us feel good, and appreciated and loved. And then you've got the other side of that. You've got the people that are trolling. They never got the elation or the fun or the joy and happiness that we did returning the favor.
Yeah, it's a great point.
That high vibration, staying on the high vibration is important right now. I know
absolutely, man.
They picked up my vibration.
Mine too.
I hope everybody feels it. It's a spiritual battle. We got to stay high, and this was a shot in the arm. Literally.
And by the way,
yeah.
And by the way, my apologies to you guys, because what was really odd was that Cindy and I were in the middle of a tech problem, and so Cindy, you were giving me this tech advice, right?
I know. I was like, what the hell?
And then I looked down, and I'm like, are these all the Snedheads trying to let me know that we got this tech advice, so that I see all these hearts, and so I just kind of like, oh, wait a minute, what's going on? Like, because I was totally in this, okay, wait a minute, I have to go behind this wall, I got to get this, I got to change this, you know what I mean? And I was totally like out, I wasn't connected, and I wish
And you
I
were
had
saying
been.
hearts, and I thought that it was just them, the little single hearts when people like what we're saying or something. I'm like, well, what's he talking about a bunch of hearts? Because we're on a delayed feed, so I wasn't seeing it. But that's amazing.
Yeah. So we've got some pretty special people out there, guys, that are doing some incredible work, and it's important to remember that that there are a lot of good people out there. And even 17 says, you know, that the majority of people are good, and like each agency, only 1% are bad, and 99% are good. So you meet an FBI agent that has a family, he comes to work, he does his job, he goes home to his family. He doesn't know that 1% of the FBI are creating events that are untrue and carry a particular banner, and to propel an agenda that they have in place. And so it's very much an understanding that. And here's what's really interesting about what's going on with this, you know, with the election and the impeachment. The left and the deep state are emboldened. And the reason that they're emboldened is because they think that this country is split down the middle. It's not. This country is not split down the middle. This country is pretty much Trump red for the most part, with some pockets of blue, okay? But they have this narrative that it was a close election. It wasn't. It wasn't a close election. Trump destroyed Biden. And so what they're finding out, slowly but surely, is that people are done with the Cuomos. People are done with the Schumers. They're done with these people. We're going to expose their corruption, their ties to the CCP. We're exposing all of that. All of that is being exposed. And so what we're witnessing, obviously, is them clinging on for dear life. And it's not going to work. It's just not going to work. And we know it. They don't have a choice, but because they're reading the white hat script so that the rest of the world will wake up to what's really going on. Thoughts on that, Todd?
I'm sorry, Dave. I was trying to take care of a problem here.
I know. I just put you on the spot for the hell of it.
Yeah, we have some guys that are messaging me that are having a hard time commenting now. So I don't know. They said they didn't do anything wrong, and they don't know if maybe something happened when we went back and forth.
Oh, okay. All right. So let me. Lee 17. There's a Plaskett connection with Pence and Epstein. I was unaware of that. Have you guys sent me something on that? Let me see.
Is he on YouTube?
I'm checking.
Let's see. Yeah, if you want to send me a link on that, I'll check that out. But I was unaware of the Plaskett connection. I really don't know much about her. Yeah, Cuomo and Newsom are going down. But Lee, please let me know that. Okay, thank you, Tina. So the Newsom we're going to have this recall with Newsom. So that's very exciting. That we're going to be seeing some real justice there and getting rid of him. Now, did you hear about this? What Governor DeSantis, the conversation he had with Biden? Todd, have you heard that?
Oh yeah, where he told him to fork off.
Yep. So now I have not confirmed this from another source. This is real raw news. So I want you to take this with a grain of salt, or let me know that you guys found this on another source. But Florida Governor Ron DeSantis on Wednesday did not mince words on a congested conference call with Biden and federal health authorities who are seeking to prohibit domestic travel to and from the Sunshine State. DeSantis and Biden exchanged salvos of biting barbs after the criminal president said the federal government had authority to restrict movement of the people. Now, the integrity of this news article is already in question by me. Why? Because they called Biden the criminal president. So obviously it shows an extreme bias towards President Trump. Now, I have that kind of bias, right? And I'm reporting information, but I'm going to let you know where I'm coming from. But this particular article is, I think it seems to be accurate so far by calling Biden criminal, but it definitely does show the skew. And so those are the kind of verbiages that I'm looking for in whether or not I think an article is good. And I'll give you an example. Let me give you a quick example here. Let me go to our YouTube channel. Todd, this was something that the Snedheads made me aware of last night. So you got to see. Let's go to the show from last night real quick, folks, on YouTube. And if you would, Todd, we got a little disclaimer underneath me here. Do you see this?
Not yet. I'm on delay.
When you see it. Yeah. But you don't have to get personal about your mental capacities, my friend. Just about your delay.
That's why I work better alone.
You just
So do you see the little disclaimer underneath the YouTube channel?
I can't read it. It's too small.
Oh my God, the phone's so small.
I'll read it for you.
Oh yeah, I see it. About QAnon is a disproven and discredited. Oh my God.
Oh, did you write that, Dave?
Yeah. QAnon is a disproven and discredited far-right conspiracy theory alleging that a secret cabal of Satan-worshipping, cannibalistic pedophiles is running a global child sex trafficking ring and plotted against former U.S. President Donald Trump while he was in office. So, folks, here's the thing. It's really important that before you watch every one of our videos that you read that. Okay? It's very important that you read that and then just go like that. Okay? Now, so that's an example, obviously, of a distorted reality, a spin, if you will, right? Okay. So this is what's really interesting about this. This is so poorly written. First of all, it hasn't been disproven because it's proof. It does exist. Q and QAnon does exist. So it's not a disproven anything yet. And discredited. Okay? Hasn't been discredited. Far-right conspiracy theory. Okay? Alleging that a secret cabal of Satan-worshipping cannibalistic pedophiles is running a global child sex trafficking ring. I guess they're saying the secret cabal is running. Okay, so I guess that's not horribly written, but that's the kind of spin that you're going to get from different articles. So to see that, right, is also important. Also, see these kind of things on our side, to know exactly where this writer is coming from, and maybe they have an agenda that they would like to to, you know, get us to follow that we want to be aware of. Okay.
Well, Dave, I would like to extend an invitation to the writer of that to come on the show.
I think it's a great idea, Todd, and we got to find
Because
that out.
maybe they could straighten us out, you know, because we're so misled.
Yeah. Maybe they could come in and save the Snedheads from themselves. Right? Maybe they could save the Snedheads from the indoctrination of the 17 movement.
Hold on, Dave. I'm polishing my Nazi helmet right now.
Yeah, exactly.
God.
So, citing concerns over the widespread proliferation of COVID-19 variants. By the way, these variants, are you kidding me? Are they going to be as, are they going to be as ineffective at killing people as the last variant? That you gotta make flu and the cold and pneumonia this new variant so that you can put some numbers up.
Motorcycle accidents, heart attacks, kidney failure, pneumonia.
Put elderly back into their population once they test positive.
The Cuomo playbook.
Yep. Biden said he might have to prohibit vehicle and air traffic until the CDC and NIH were confident that currently available vaccinations had a proven efficacy against emerging strains such as highly transmissible anomalies from the United Kingdom, Brazil, and South America. Guys, you can take your anomalies and you can shove them right up your ass, okay? As well as your different variants of this hoax. Also on the call were Deep State Dr. Fauci. So there again, you see the bent of this article. Not that I mind it, but we just need to know where we're coming from. And acting CDC Director Rochelle Walensky, both of whom championed Biden's idea and told DeSantis that surging cases in Florida threatened to undermine the federal government's expansive efforts to mitigate spread across the country. Florida, Dr. Fauci said, was the epicenter of the COVID-19 mutations and argued that new variants accounted for between 15 to 35% of new cases in Florida. Walensky argued on the call that any attempt by DeSantis to resist a federally mandated travel ban would be immoral, selfish, and possibly illegal. Biden echoed her words, and he berated DeSantis for having left Florida's economy open during the dark days of COVID. Moreover, Biden claimed he had unilateral and constitutional authority to protect the nation's health from rogue politicians acting in contravention of established health guidelines. No, you don't. DeSantis' initial reply was brief and blunt. "I will not comply," he said, and then cited the CDC's own statistics showing a nationwide decline in active COVID-19 cases. Florida had arrested the spread of COVID-19, DeSantis argued, and accused Biden of targeting Republican states that supported Donald Trump. Florida absolutely will not comply, DeSantis repeated. Instituting a travel ban or restriction of movement would be a gross example of federal overreach with no grounding in law or science. We have COVID-19 in check, and you're trying to exert unlawful authority over our state and its people, he chided Biden. Biden then tacitly threatened to withhold federal funding and to deny Florida access to COVID-19 vaccinations. Come on, man. Florida needs our help, and you need vaccines, which are hard to come by. Isn't that right, Dr. Fauci? Biden said. The deep state doctor replied in the affirmative, telling DeSantis that he expects the prevalence of the UK variant to double or triple every week to 10 days. Governor, do you want to be responsible for reinfecting the nation? Truth is, we don't even know how effective current vaccines are against the UK strain. DeSantis told Dr. Fauci he trusted his own state health authorities over financially incentivized federal officials. How much do you stand to earn from these vaccines, Dr. Fauci? And Joe, if you continue with this course of action, I will authorize the State National Guard to protect the movement of Floridians, DeSantis said. Address me as Mr. President or President Biden, Biden said. I will not, and you can go fuck yourself, DeSantis said before hanging up. In closing, it seems obvious that Team Biden favors perpetual lockdowns and a stagnant economy, keeping Americans imprisoned under a de facto state of medical martial law. Okay? This is, please help support alternative media. This group is called Real Raw News. Now.
Hey, Dave.
Yeah, bud.
It was picked up by the Miami Herald.
Wow. Okay.
It's in the show chat.
Awesome.
Christy shared it.
Thank you, Christy. And by the way, a couple of Sneds sent this, and here it is again. Governor DeSantis attacks Biden for giving a damn about the health of Floridians. Yeah, he recently chastised journalists, saying, "You can whiz on my leg, but don't tell me it's raining." I'm not sure if we get the whole story in here. Okay. Any attempt to restrict or lock down Florida would be an attack on our state done particularly for political purposes, DeSantis said. We will not back down. If anyone tries to target us, we will respond swiftly. So says the 24/7 political governor, who immediately after he said this added the falsehood that while Biden wants to impose restrictions on Floridians, he's allowing immigrants to pour across the southern border unchecked. So the Miami Herald is not a support of DeSantis, obviously. It would not be based on science. It would be a political attack against the people of Florida. And the recent report that the Biden, this is DeSantis' tweet, the recent report that the Biden administration is considering restricting the travel of Floridians is completely absurd, especially when Biden allows illegal aliens to pour across our southern border. We won't allow Floridians to be unfairly targeted for political purposes. Now, I don't see the language so far. Okay, that's a lot of bringing up a lot of the older stuff, like historical stuff. Okay, but it doesn't go into that actual comment. Now, would I have loved to have been a fly on the wall for that and heard him talk to Biden like that? Yes. Do I think he talked to Biden that way? I don't think so. I could be wrong. But I just want you to take that article with a grain of salt. He
was probably talking to the fake Biden anyway, so we can all tell him to fork off.
Well, that's why I think he didn't call him Mr. President.
Right.
Yeah, that's why, right?
Right.
And that's important, that he doesn't call him that. But thanks for that, guys. That was, by the way, that was several of you sent that to me. Karen, thank you for that. And even Karen said, not sure how to verify, but awesome if true. Verifying is just, looking up for other sources, right? Other sources. Road FM, Nomad Church TV at Gmail, said that's getting a lot of chatter in Florida about this story. And the local Spectrum 13 News briefly covered it, but painted DeSantis as a risk to public health. Pure indoctrination. So thank you for that, Road FM. So several of you sent that to me, so thank you.
Well, I think another thing you got to keep in mind here, folks, and I think President Trump did this for a reason.
Mm-hmm.
When we were having all of those breakouts of anarchy and violence and the peaceful, I take that back, the peaceful protests where they burnt down cities and took over police stations.
Yep.
Look at the restraint President Trump showed by making the states take care of their own house.
Yeah.
He waited until until the federal government was asked to come in and help.
Mm-hmm.
Now, what I think you're going to see here is a different play on this, where maybe they're going to paint Biden into this dictator that they were trying to portray Trump into, where now he wants to force his will on the individual states.
Mm-hmm.
And what a contrast that would be. President Trump had restraint to hold back and say, hey, this is your backyard.
Yeah.
You need to call us for help before we come and help. And even though it appeared, at the time to look, we didn't know how to take it, because we were like, why don't you send the troops in and stop this? Well, it's ultimately the governor's decision.
Yes, absolutely.
And
Absolutely.
so what he did is he allowed themselves to expose, what their true intentions were. And if you live in these states, I live in a terrible state when it comes to politics. I'm in downstate Illinois, thank God. At least we're, I believe down here we're still Trump territory. But not by a lot, and we are a sanctuary city, so that's not cool.
No.
But when you talk about Illinois being a blue state, however Chicago votes is how the state goes, and that's unfortunately the way it is. Just for the mass population, and we've actually had we've had legislators propose that we actually allow Chicago to secede and become their own, basically Washington D.C. type of thing, only maybe the 51st state.
Mm-hmm.
And I would be all for that. Believe me.
Well, yeah, that could be really good, and if the rest of the state is Republican, it could balance out the two senators.
Right.
But yeah, Illinois has a history of election fraud that goes way back, well before obviously Dominion and Smartmatic and all that, with the dailies up in Chicago, and there's an incredible amount of corruption up there, but that's how it's continues to be the murder capital of the world.
Right.
Is because of these failed Democrat policies, the gun control that doesn't work. Only the bad people carry guns in Chicago.
Yep.
Only the thugs, the gangbangers, the gangs. Those are the only ones that carry guns, because the other people are law-abiding citizens, and so they're the ones that are abiding by a law that is hurting them, by the way. Tremendously hurting them, folks. This is not a game we're playing here. This is these people are doing some real damage to these cities, to these families, to these communities, and it's freaking tragic, man. It is tragic.
Yeah, to think that, when they talk gun control, that they're going to get the guns away from the people that shouldn't have them is preposterous.
Exactly.
Because
never worked that way.
They're not citizens that are going by the rule of law anyway. So when you take away the guns from the good citizens, all you're doing is making them targets, soft targets.
Yeah. Yep. By the way, Does the fact, this is from Rudy Giuliani from We the Pepe, does the fact that President Biden and his family made millions from China mean we can't tell the truth to the world, that the virus spread around the world because of the CCP covered it up for a month, maybe a lot longer? For the sake of the truth, let's call it CCP virus. Folks, on this broadcast, we showed you the data from the parking lots from one year to the next. The parking lots in the hospitals in Wuhan were filling up in late August, early October, and also the searches online for the what do you call it? The symptoms of the CV were being searched on China at a much larger rate as early as October. So October, November, December, okay, mid-December is when the CCP signed the new trade deal with President Trump. They had been pushing it back because it was going to be devastating to them. Okay, and then January 15th, so 3 months. 3 months they knew about this. Let's call it 2. They let people fly out of Wuhan all around the world. But you know what they didn't let them do? They didn't let them drive out of Wuhan or fly out of Wuhan to other cities. They kept it contained in Wuhan, but they let it out around the rest of the world. Why? Because they needed to take down the United States of America. That's the bottom line. That's the bottom line. They needed to take down the United States of America because that way they would be in and they'd be in control, because they knew with Biden and all his people, they'd be in control. Okay, now, remember how that Miami Herald, okay, which we know, by the way, is a left-leaning rag. It is the IndoctriNATION, okay? Said that DeSantis said that he's allowing immigrants to pour across the border. Well, look at this. Remember, guys, coronavirus is so real and so deadly that Joe Biden just authorized 25,000 migrants to enter our country from Mexico on foot. You going to work or celebrating holidays with family would be a crime against humanity, though. Obey. Biden administration to allow 25,000 asylum seekers to cross U.S.-Mexican border while cases are pending. Tragic reality, all right? But that's what we're dealing with. Because look at the script writing that the White Hats are doing. It's huge. It's huge. And there you go, Fox News.
And you know, the one thing that you referring back to the DeSantis
February 19th, by the way. The migrants will be processed for entry, Todd, starting February 19th. So we got that going for us. Go ahead, bud. Sorry.
Oh, the fake Biden DeSantis conversation. The only thing that gave it credibility to me was the part where Joe said, "Come on, man."
I know.
That was like, damn, I think he maybe he really said that.
At first I thought it might be DeSantis mocking him. Excuse me. Then they said it was Biden.
Yeah, yeah, that would have been great.
Yeah. Yeah. So, Todd, I want to pull up that. Excuse me, guys. I got to figure out what's causing this. Maybe it's the cane sugar from the Mexican Coke. I don't know. By the way, I've never done Mexican Coke, guys.
I'd let that go. I let it go.
I'm talking about this Mexican Coke, not the white line running through my mind. No,
I let that one
not
go.
talking about that one. Never done it. Never done it. Never done the white line.
Do you know how hard it was to let that go? But I didn't know really how to do it. It was like,
yeah, I appreciate your level of restraint there, my friend. Is quite impressive.
I wanted to jump in and say, Dave.
Yeah. So
here we are with true confessions here.
But I wanted to show, and by the way, guys, my home court, 147 of your friends, but it doesn't make any much. Oh, because a lot of you guys were not friends on Facebook. So we got up to 1,115. So that's awesome on my home court. Thank you guys. That's cool. Good people over there. So what I wanted to show was the woman who did that video yesterday, and then I just wanted you to tell her story real quick, or I'll tell her story. It was the one who went for insulin for her son.
Oh yeah.
And I think you sent that to me, but I'm not seeing it in the show chat.
Let me check.
And I don't want to play it because I guess they're taking it down quite a bit.
I would imagine it's probably throttled.
Yeah.
Let's see.
And in the meantime, guys, whatever you do not upgrade your phones. Okay, your cell phones. There's a new upgrade, a 2020 upgrade that you want to avoid. Here it is. You'll start seeing things differently. Okay, this is the 2020 downgrade here. Okay. 2021 downgrade from Kaylee to Circle Back Girl, from Don Jr. to whatever that is, Hunters, and from what's his name, dude, who I didn't really trust either, to this dude who decided at some point that he was no longer a dude. So how's your 2021 going, guys, with the representatives of our country? Isn't it a shit show? You never quite notice, right? You never quite notice how good something is until you've got it worse. All right? And I've got this thing that's just stuck in the middle of my screen. I got to get off the PC, man. This is unbelievable.
Yeah, I'm having a hell of a time finding that video. And I know I shared it with a bunch of people.
You know what? Snedhead's probably dropped it to me in maybe an email. Let me check.
That's terrible.
Let me see. And I've got this thing that's just won't leave my screen. And I know it's not going to go. Oh, here it is. Denise Billinger dropped it for us. Thank you, Denise.
Good. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm going to just show you. Okay, the link you followed may be broken, or the page may have been removed. So that's gone. Exactly what I'm talking about. And all I want to see really is her picture. Really, that's all I want to see, is just to show you guys her picture. This is cool, by the way. And while we're looking for that, Gina Carano is in a show called The Mandalorian. I actually borrowed my brother's Disney Plus so I could watch The Mandalorian, because I do like Star Wars, and she is fantastic in it. And because she's a Trump fan and she's come out and said some things about Trump and the situation, Disney has gotten rid of her. Okay. Meanwhile, I just showed you a picture of a Disney executive, a Disney manager, who has been watching child porn for 20 years. Okay. So you can see where Disney's focus is. The other thing that I want to remind you of is that speaking of pedophiles and speaking of child trafficking, that ABC sat on the Epstein story for 3 years until Project Veritas showed a hot mic moment with Amy Rohrbach talking about how she had the Epstein story, and Clinton's dead to rights. Bill Clinton was involved. He was on the flights to Epstein Island, the whole bit. They sat on that story. Amy Rohrbach did nothing on that story, and she didn't, leave ABC because they were sitting on it, and go do it herself because she's a media whore, and she would later, by the way, I've showed you that indoctrination clip of when she gaslighted Hunter Biden. She went to his home in L.A. here, and said, "Oh, this is where you come to relieve stress." His art studio that, by the way, we all paid for. Okay, no hard questions, no difficult, challenging. And ABC, of course, is owned by Disney. All right. So on Twitter, what was trending today was cancel Disney Plus. And
number one, by the way.
Is that right?
Yeah, it got to number one. Per the people sending it to me, they said it got to number one.
Fantastic. Here it is. Cancel Disney Plus trends after Gina Carano fired from The Mandalorian. Lots of love for Gina Carano. So I've put the word out to some friends in LA. By the way, UTA also dumped her. UTA is a talent agency, and which is basically, it's not even, it's not one of the big threes. There's CAA, there's ICM, and there's, I don't even know if this is relevant anymore because I don't pay attention to it anymore, William Morris, okay? And UTA is kind of like a second tier, but that may have shifted around, but they got rid of her. So cancel Disney Plus because they're, that's what they're doing to their people. Meanwhile, they're sitting on a child trafficking story of Epstein for 3 years. Disney did, so that their ABC company could get because it was tied in with Prince Andrew, and they wanted the royal wedding. ABC, they negotiated the royal wedding, and will sit on this story about your pedophile son, Queenie. Okay? And, both of them are pedophiles, by the way. I think there's one other, but certainly Charles and Andrew. And so, so this is something that the height of hypocrisy. This is the show, folks. But here's the thing, Todd. I used to watch this show when it was real and when the Patriots were not in control, and I would get depressed. I would get down. I would read about the child trafficking and know that they were going to arrest maybe, 1/1000th of the people that are involved in it, that they're not going to take out the big dogs. They're going to take out the smaller ones. And every once in a while, they'd throw a sacrificial lamb at us to let us know, yeah, we're really doing something. They'd throw us the Weinsteins once in a while, right? They'd throw us the Kevin Spaceys once in a while. But they weren't really changing the culture. They weren't changing the problem. Bryan Singer is still making Hollywood movies. Okay, I have
Man.
secondhand, secondhand evidence of him hitting on Brad Renfro. He molested Brad Renfro when he was a boy, and when Singer was doing the I think it was The Client was the movie. I can't remember exactly what the movie was. No, Client was the Renfro movie, but Bryan Singer, you guys can look it up. Snedheads, if you wouldn't mind looking up. Find out what movie Bryan Singer directed that Brad Renfro was a part of. Brad Renfro never got over the sexual abuse he received as a child, as a young Hollywood child star, and ended up committing suicide. And he was a friend of a good friend of mine. And he's, that life is gone. Because and yet Singer's still making, what was the last movie he made? The one about Queen, maybe. I can't even watch it. Like, I heard it was a good movie. I can't watch it because Bryan Singer's a piece of shit. So this stuff is still going on. Okay? This stuff is still going on. And yet, I don't want you to think for 1 second that it's going to continue. It's not. It's not. It was back in the day when I was aware of it and I was, trying to tell people about it. It was going on and I was feeling really, really bad about it because I didn't see an end to it. But now I'm seeing an end to it. And it feels really, really good that this is being, the time that's being taken is being taken because this is a huge undertaking. And they're not draining the swamp halfway, folks. They're draining it all the way. Thank you, Judy.
Absolutely.
I'll pull that up. Judy just sent us the one I'm looking for. She said hers is still working here. So let me pull that up.
Yeah, I had a bunch of them send them to me too.
Well, thank you guys. Thanks for doing that.
I sent to you too if it doesn't work.
All right, so look what's popping up here, guys. This is very interesting. Look what's popping up here. Missing context. Independent fact checkers say this information could mislead people. See why. Okay, we got to see why. I don't know what the heck is going on with this thing in the middle of my thing. So let's see why, guys. Okay, here we go. Okay. Trump's insulin order frozen, not scrapped by Biden. Okay. Oh, okay. All right. So the fact that she was paying $60 with Trump and now it's $500 and then she got a coupon bringing it down to $300 has nothing to do with Biden scrapping or freezing Trump's insulin order. Okay? So what is this? AFP fact check. AFP fact check. Home. About us. Let's go down to contact. Our teams make every effort to review all questions submitted to us. If you wish to get in touch with the editors to make a suggestion for a fact check, comment, or point out an error, please leave a message below. Please see Fact Checking at AFP for more on how we select content. There will be no reply to requests to work for AFP made on this form. Oh God, could you imagine that if we all went to work for this thing?
What a great job!
Oh yeah, I can't wait. Hey, what do you want to do when you grow up? I want to be a fascist cunt. Excuse me. Did Todd? What did you say? Dude, could you watch your language, please? I would really appreciate that, Todd.
We're gonna get slapped with another hit,
guys.
Dang.
I am sorry. I don't know where that came from. It's my abbreviation for see you next Tuesday, and I'm sorry, but I just can't deal with these scum. These scum are just unbelievable. So here's this lovely woman who goes to, and thank you, I see it in the show chat, thank you there, who goes to pick up insulin for her son, yeah? And instead of $500, she has to pay $300 and something for it, and it was costing her $60. This is something that they have to do every single month. They have to do for survival. They have to. I'm sorry.
Right, and she made a good point of saying it's not something you can cut back on.
No, it's not elective. So that's one of the things that we're going to wake up to as well, right?
Yep.
Right.
Absolutely.
By the way, guys, let's just when you're talking about thank you, Air Force vet. The movie was Apt Pupil. Okay, Apt Pupil, and that was Renfro and Singer. Yeah, thank you, Air Force vet. And guys, by the way, with the language, every once in a while I'll get it, I'll hit it, but just remember, guys, these are words made up by people, and they only mean what you give them meaning for. And so it's like George Carlin. Do you know how many people didn't listen to George Carlin because of his language? And he did the 7 dirty words you can't say on television. And do you know how many people missed out? And they thought that they were doing, okay, I'm not going to listen to Carlin because I don't like his language and I don't like what he says about religion. He would say, I got to know him a little bit. He would even say, the reason I do my religious stuff up front is I want to clear the house. I want to get rid of the people that are, too good for my language or too good for my, the way I talk. And think about what's going on with Trump, guys. Okay, think about what's happening with Trump. I'll read you. Let me see if I can actually pull this up. My buddy sent this to me today. Let me see if I can send that to myself. Yes, but just remember that what we're seeing with President Trump here, okay, is that people are having a difficult time with him because of the way he tweets. Really? Because of his language. Really? Is that what we're going to allow to dictate what we watch and listen to, is our censorship? Okay? And let me pull this up. This is, it's hard to read. Let me pull this up. Okay, so here are our options here too, guys. There's the guy who tweets really, some harsh stuff maybe, okay? So there's the guy that tweets some harsh stuff, and then there's the guy that speaks, very nicely to everybody. Who he is for killing babies. Whereas the mean guy who tweets and says, nasty things, I'm going to grab your this and that, he's up for letting babies live. Okay? Right there, I've got my guy. I don't care what he says as long as he's saving babies. This guy defunding police, really? Okay, this guy's supporting police. I'm not the greatest fan of police because I think they violate a lot of our constitutional rights. I know they do. And I think that there needs to be a shift in how police operate in this country. But I'm certainly not for defunding them. I'm for the guy who's supporting police because there's, again, 1% bad, 99% good. This guy's for gun control. Our guy's for gun rights. Open borders, border control. Illegal immigration, legal immigration. Higher taxes, tax breaks. Weak military, strong military. Over regulations, small business. Let anyone vote, voter ID. Welfare state, working class. Lockdown state, working economy. Big government, small government. More control mandates, less control mandates. Against term limits, favors term limits. Socialism, capitalism. Liberalism, conservatism. Communism, constitutional. Political correctness, free speech. Riots and violence, law and order. Tyrannical government, free republic. This is what we're looking at here, guys, with the over concern of language and what people say versus what they do. And so I would just make us aware that what we're witnessing is not just a shift in the way that our politics and our government is going to be run, but also a shift in how we can interact with each other, how we can interact and be better humans to each other, and not be so judgmental off the preconceived constructs that our society and our churches and our religions have implemented upon us. So I just I want us to challenge more. You know what I mean? I'm not saying you got to go cussing your brains out or listen to somebody that cusses their brains out or whatever. I'm not saying that, and I'm not saying that I shouldn't be a little bit more tighter with my lips. Okay, I'm just saying that I think that we can evolve through this a little bit without being on the judgmental line there.
So we probably shouldn't say shit, piss, fucking, cocksucker, motherfucker, tits?
Yes. Whatever you do, do not say shit, piss, cocksucker, motherfucker, tits.
Nope, you missed it.
No,
shit, piss, fucking, cocksucker, motherfucker, tits.
Yep, I missed a few.
When I was pretty, I think I was in high school maybe when Carlin came out with the 7 words you can't say on TV.
Right.
What did everybody do?
They banned them on the mainstream, but then they wanted to listen to them.
But what did the kids do?
Oh, they loved
They
it.
wanted to know which ones they were, and they learned them all.
Yeah, exactly.
And why do you think that I have those 7 words exactly how in the same order that he said them, as almost like a song from my high school days?
Yeah.
Because somebody said that I couldn't learn it, I couldn't hear it.
Mm-hmm.
So I wanted to hear what I couldn't hear. And when you're learning foreign languages, what do you learn first?
Yeah, you always learn the cuss words.
You learn all the cuss words first.
Yeah.
So I mean, I'm not saying be a sailor all the time, and I try to keep my language down because I know that it does offend other people, and there are times when kids are watching, and I don't want anybody cussing in front of my kids. Right. So leave that up to me. So it shouldn't be. I think what we're trying to say is it shouldn't elevate to a level where you actually physically wince and it hurts. It's just look at us as imperfect human beings who will lose control of one little piece of language when they're mad, maybe, and make a mistake and say it on the show, because that's kind of the way I look at it. I don't feel good when I use
and here's the thing too, is I use it too when I'm describing these people that are like literally taking our voices away. I mean, look at who we're talking about.
When saying, oh, they're bad people, when that doesn't cut it, you have to almost
doesn't cut it.
Push the envelope to emphasize how bad they are.
Yeah, exactly. So we are we're rolling here. Let's what timestamps do you feel like you want to get into? Were any of them worth going to? I know that. Let me see.
I didn't get through all of them, Dave, and because he was busy.
Yeah, I got some here that that Jim got through. Let me see if I can find his. Let me pull his up. Jim Rice was on fire today with a bunch of them.
Good.
And so he did. Let me see. Let me see here. Here's one that he sent me. Where is my OBS? Here we go. There we go. There it is. All right. This is one he sent. The storm is upon us. Marines can finally arrest the traitors. Indictments unsealed. This was just something he thought I would like. It's not necessarily a something that's definitive news. But I want to get into. Let me see. Okay, one of the drops, and I need to find out which way he went on these. So drop search results from number 1205 from Scavino video today, timestamp 12:05 p.m. Now, the other thing is I don't know exactly where we were on the timing of it all. All right. But there's a couple good ones here that I think we should check out. So Scavino, let me see. Let's get to his. So these are all Scavino. So look at all these. These were 7 hours. Obviously, there's a lot of impeachment stuff going on, right?
Yeah.
Okay. This was, by the way, this is how he started his day. 13 hours ago. This was quite lovely. Let me pull this up for you. And I know many of you have seen this already, but let me pull it up here. This is Mar-a-Lago. Sunrise from Mar-a-Lago.
Suffering, isn't he?
Yeah. Yeah.
Poor Dan.
Yeah.
I think they're all in mourning, don't you?
Yeah, I think they're a little busy planning right now. Now we're going to go into some of the dives, and one of these dropped from 12:05 from Scavino video today. This was a different one. Hold on. I wanted to go down further here. Okay. Okay, so this was Scavino video timestamp 11:58 a.m. I believe EST. Are you saying it's my time? I'm looking at it. Anyways, the drop is the picture of Shanghai, China. This was one of the drops. I can't go down too many of these because I don't know exactly which one he was doing. The 11:58 had a timestamp of 9 minutes 11 seconds on the length of the video, which is 9:11, and then the actual post, the Q apps post, was 9:11. And it mentions March Madness. And I'm sorry that my screen is a little off here, guys. I'm having some technical difficulties. Hey Q, are we going to have a big week this week? March Madness. Okay, so that could be a possibility that something's coming from here in March. We're expecting March to be big, but we're actually expecting a lot more to happen here in the next couple weeks in February. Okay, this one is he wanted to know who this was. This is Marina Abramovich, okay? And this is Allison Mack, who tweeted this picture of Marina, okay? And meanwhile, Allison Mack is now doing time for child and human trafficking, okay? So we got that happening. Let me take you back to what happened. What happened there? Okay. This was a Scavino 1515 from video length of 1 minute 50 seconds mirrored, which is interesting. That takes us to the reporters and networks and the connection, which we were just at yesterday with the Mockingbird Media. These are all the people that were tied into to have colluded with the DNC or Hillary Clinton campaign during the 2016 election cycles. Julie Pace, AP, all the like 3 AP, 6 ABC, 4 Bloomberg, 2 BuzzFeed, 5 CBS, CNBC, probably like 12 CNN, Daily Beast, HuffPo, LA Times, McClatchy, MSNBC, National Journal, NBC, New York Times, New York Post, PBS, Politico, People, Tina Brown. These are all people. Can IG, okay, HRD, hold on, let me go back up here. The bridge, Podesta Group, is the bridge between the media, the FBI, DOJ, HRC plus. Why did the Podesta Group close? Yeah, well, that's because Hillary lost, and there was investigation happening for the Podesta Group. Primarily, their work with Uranium One. Okay, they were deeply involved in Uranium One. John and Tony Podesta, which are both really creepy pedophile assholes. Public charges? No. Why close? When did Huber start? By the way, this is the Huber that's ending February 28th. November, JP, Huma, November. JP. Help me out with that JP, guys. Sealed, do they know? Why did the Podesta Group close? Why no leaks? Who else knows?
John Podesta.
John Podesta, thank you.
Yep.
Thank you.
Yep.
Yeah. Why no leaks? Oh, by the way, John Podesta, Huma, November. That's because they said John Podesta would be arrested 11/3, public knowledge 11/4, and Huma would be arrested 11/6. Remember, these people haven't been tweeting, they haven't been doing much, okay? Who else knows? HRC deal requests? Why? IG Huber. Can IG disclose evidence in pending criminal cases in public disclosures reports? Why not? Grand jury taint bias. Everyone has an opinion. Clickbait. Q. So this is really pointing us to this web of lies, web of deceit and deception by the mainstream Mockingbird Media folks, and this is what Scavino is pointing us to. This is another one that points us to distress calls to others will do you family no good at this stage. We know where you and the family are at all times and can hear you breathing. This was the for Lord the Rothschild, okay, saying that we can hear you breathing. That's basically they're saying that we've got you here, okay. So these were all from Jim Rice. Thank you, Jim, for those. And we didn't have time to really follow them But nice work on those in terms of there's a lot going on here today with the Todd, if you want to dig in deeper to any of those, we can. But
well, what I found today, Dave, is even if you look at the top of his Twitter feed right there, the 11 hours ago.
Mm-hmm.
And just picking that one, doing the top one, and they're not putting them in time order, which was kind of weird too. He's got one 11 hours ago, 8 hours ago, 9 hours ago. Those should all be
they are
progressively newer.
Yeah.
So I thought that since he retweeted himself or the Trump War Room,
right?
I thought that one might be important, so I went to it and I did it. But we were just on. If you want to do it real quick, I'll show you why.
Sure.
So 12:55, and the duration is 1:53. So those are the two starting points.
12:53 and
12:55, 1255. And the duration of the video was 1:53.
Okay.
And when you see the very first one, you'll see what I mean.
Yeah, Iran is next. Marker. Reread. POTUS today. Market down. Bigger problems than ever before. SIG to Iran. Class SEC 11A, page 2.2. That's where we were last night, Todd.
Yeah. We did Iron Eagle. They talked about Macron, and then even the 153. The 153 was unique and good, and I took it as good intel.
You want to read it for us, Bud? Do you have it? Can you see it pretty well?
Yeah, 153.
Yeah, that'd be awesome.
For the coming days ahead, ask yourself an honest question. Why would a billionaire who has it all, fame, fortune, a warm and loving family, friends, etc., want to endanger himself and his family by becoming POTUS? Why would he want to target himself and those he cares about? What, does he need money? Does he need fame? What does he get out of this? What does he want to make the U.S. world? Does he want to make the U.S. world a better place for his family and for those good and decent people who have long been taken advantage of? Perhaps he could not stomach the thought of mass murders occurring to satisfy Moloch. Perhaps he could not stomach the thought of children being kidnapped, drugged, and raped while leaders, law enforcement of the world turn a blind eye. Perhaps he was tired of seeing how certain races, countries, were becoming constantly abused and kept in need, poor, and suffering all for a specific purpose. Perhaps he could not in good conscience see the world burn. Why, hours after the election, did 7 people travel to an undisclosed location and hold a very private and highly secure, guarded meeting? Why didn't HRC give a concession speech? When was the last time a presidential candidate didn't personally give a concession speech? What happens if the border remains open and the mainstream media continue to brainwash? At what point do patriots and hardworking men and women become the minority? What about the voting machines? Who owns the voting machines? What about voter ID laws? Photo ID? When is it necessary? When is it necessary and must be presented? Make a list, laugh, reconcile. Would the chances of defeating evil grow less and less with each passing year? What does red line mean? Why again were the arrests made in Saudi Arabia so very important? What strings were immediately cut? Follow the money. When does a bird sing? And that's one of the biggest drops.
Yep.
Because it relates to a billionaire making sacrifices for this country in order to make it better and to potentially save it. Because one more election away, we were one election away with Hillary getting in power, and we were done.
Yep.
Because their 16-year plan was halfway through.
Yep.
They had 8 years. They had 8 years planned with Hillary,
and they just needed 8 more.
Yep. And that was it.
Mm-hmm.
And we were Venezuela or worse, and I've heard worse, but at least Venezuela.
Well, yeah, because they were going to mass genocide us. They've got the guillotines. They've got the FEMA camps. They had that all set up. All they had to do was create more FFs and get our guns, and then it was game over. And it was one world order, and the last bastion of freedom, the United States of America, would go down in flames. Actually, go down without a fight. That's the worst part about it. Is that the way they operate, the way they do this? Yeah, they're able to do it. That's why the Fabian Society mascot was a turtle. Move slowly and strike hard. And that's socialism. That's socialism creeping into the narrative, into the mainstream, and then eventually, then they can kill you all and get the numbers down to where they want to go. Yeah. So yeah.
And the funny thing is I was saying this before Q came out.
17.
I was saying the same. I was saying a lot of this, like, guys, he doesn't need the money. He doesn't need the fame. He's been a patriot. You can go back in the 80s, and you can even look at his interviews. His interviews haven't changed from Larry King to Oprah to anybody else. And how many people at that time that had their own shows were begging him to run for office?
Mm-hmm.
Saying, "Wow, what a great president you would be."
You sound like you would be great president. Would you ever think of running?
Look at Oprah. She was fawning all over him, saying, "Oh, Donald, you'd be the best.
Absolutely.
You would look out for our interests." And what happened as soon as he threw his hat in the ring?
He's a racist.
Damn right. Racist, sexist, bigot, horrible person.
Yeah.
So when you started seeing this, this mass painting with the broad brush from the mainstream media, I knew. I mean, I know you did too. But with each stroke of with them coming out against him, I was like, that's my guy.
Yep, absolutely.
Because we knew where they were.
Yeah. Hey, Christy just dropped this. This is a tweet by Ted Cruz. He's retweeting Gina Carano, who I was just talking about, who, by the way, guys, you could follow her at Gina Carano on Twitter. And I'm obviously at Dave Snedeker, as you guys know, I think. But please follow me over there. This is just the beginning. Welcome to the rebellion. Ben Shapiro, they can't cancel us if we don't let them. Gina Carano is uncanceled. Memberships are now 25% off with the promo code GINA, which, by the way, I just bought a Ben Shapiro membership because he picked up Gina and is doing a movie with Gina. So I'm like, all right, dude, you got me. Ben does some great work. He's a little bit too mainstream for me, and he talks a little too fast for my liking. But I think he's a real patriot, and look at what he's just doing for Gina. And he got the hell out of California, so I respect him for that too, and went to Texas. So thank you, Christy, for dropping that. That's Ted Cruz. That's, conservatives taking care of each other, trying to help each other, right?
Well, what happens when cancel culture doesn't work? When it backfires every time?
Well, yeah, exactly. That's when they, they learn their lesson, basically. But they don't seem to, because they're not concerned with really the businesses, right? They're more concerned with, they're more concerned with, looking good and pretending to be good, right?
But I think what might happen, Dave, and I've been thinking about this, is when cancel culture doesn't work and when we don't fear them because we know the majority supports them for having free speech. I remember, I've talked about this, I won't waste a lot of time on it, but I remember when the skinhead and the Nazi guys went to Skokie, which was a heavily populated
Jewish population.
Jewish population up near Chicago. And everybody was in an uproar about it. And this was one of a turning point where I started thinking about real free speech in the country we live in. And I played devil's advocate, and I went back and forth for weeks on it. When I was like, gosh, how could I be for these people, going into this neighborhood, basically targeting them, knowing that it's a Jewish community, and saying what I know they're going to say, all the anti-Semitic stuff and all this, right-wing hate speech and all this other crap. And I was like, but if they go and get the permits and they go and do everything, that's what America is, whether you like it or not. You can't suppress the free speech. And like I said, it was back and forth. And I didn't like the idea of it, but I even hated the idea more of snuffing that out.
Right.
Because then you open that can of worms to, well, then somebody's got to make a decision where somebody's going to get their feelings hurt. And I don't know if that was a barometer for them or what, but I remember that, like it was a lightning strike to the head. And I remember ending up supporting the fact that, we might have to deal with these racist assholes who are going to offend a lot of people in a neighborhood on purpose. But in America, it's more dangerous to snuff that out and then put people, in place that can say what we can say and can censor us. And look at us now.
Yeah.
I feel like, even I don't like to hear the left. If the roles were reversed, Dave, I would be fighting just as hard for them to say their stupid ass shit as I am for the stuff that I stand for. But you don't see them coming across to our side. Yeah, at least I don't feel it yet. I mean, some of them probably are, the guys in the middle.
Yeah.
But the hard left, you're right. I mean, they just do anything. It's crash and burn and just get the objective taken care of. They don't care about the Constitution, rights, or free speech, or any of that. Right. But anybody that cares about our country, even if you're left-leaning, you should be fighting with us at least for this free speech, because I'll tell you what, you wouldn't want it turned around on you.
Yep. Well, that's the problem, isn't it? It's they get people sucked in because it's the way they believe. And so they get you on the side of censorship to silence the voice that you don't like. And the problem is when that wind blows the other direction and now you're the voice that they don't like, you can be snuffed as well, and you have no right to criticize it because you've just inflicted it upon another. Speaking of free speech, Andrew Cuomo, his aide has come out and said, let me pull up Barbara's breaking 911. Governor Cuomo's secretary has admitted that Cuomo's administration covered up COVID-19 nursing home deaths because they feared that the data would be used against us by the Justice Department. Okay.
Yep.
And now He's facing a major crisis. They say political crisis. No, this is a legal crisis, okay? That he and his administration withheld from state lawmakers thousands of nursing home COVID-19 deaths last year over concerns that the data would be used against them by the Trump administration. In response to the possible cover-up, more than a dozen Democrats in Albany have joined Republicans in suggesting Cuomo be stripped of the emergency powers he has used to combat the pandemic over the last 11 months. It became a full-blown scandal on Thursday night when the New York Post published the details of a virtual private meeting held Wednesday between Secretary to the Governor Melissa DeRosa, and several Democratic state lawmakers. In a leaked recording of the meeting, DeRosa, who is Cuomo's chief of staff and the most powerful non-elected official in the state, apologized to the lawmakers for the administration's handling of the nursing home data and the collateral political damage it has caused them. She explained that part of the reason the Cuomo administration didn't promptly supply the lawmakers with the revised death totals last August that they requested was because the administration froze amid efforts by the Trump administration to target Cuomo in New York over the data. Look at how mainstream will spin this, folks, okay? Basically, they're blaming Trump on this because he was going to come after him politically. And they're not even addressing how many people have died, okay, as the result of Cuomo putting them into the nursing homes. They're challenging what they reported. Okay, so this is something the mainstream does. I want you to be very aware of this. What the mainstream will do is they will make it look like they're going after this guy. But what they're criticizing him for is not being honest with the lawmakers. They're not accusing him of murder. Okay? And until the mainstream starts accusing this man of murder, don't trust anything that they say, because what they're going to try to do is they know he jaywalked across the street before he murdered all those people of the greatest generation. So they're going to try to pick him up on jaywalking, folks, not the murder itself. That's why you got to really be careful of this languaging that they're doing. Okay? And be careful what they're reporting there. But that's, the fact that this kind of stuff is coming out is very. I mean, look at the Lincoln, by the way.
Lincoln Project, yeah.
Happy birthday, Abraham Lincoln, by the way, folks. Today. Today's your birthday. Happy birthday to you, Abe Lincoln. I see you. Yeah. So Julie and Abe have the same birthday. How cool is that?
Not 16th. Not the same day, though. Not the same. They weren't in the same year.
Well, we don't know that. She didn't say how old she was. Because his life was cut short. I think it was a bad play. 16th president of the United States, arguably maybe the best president in the history of our country, I believe, up until Donald John Trump. But it would almost be like me saying that Donald John Trump is the greatest president in the history of our country might be akin to me saying Abraham Lincoln is the greatest president in the history of our country before the Gettysburg Address, when the Civil War looked like, it was going to be, the Union was going to fail. Things of that nature, because we haven't seen everything that President Trump is doing here. But how interesting, okay, that on the week of his birthday, okay, we've got to look up the Lincoln Project. And the Lincoln Project, folks, has very little to do with Abe Lincoln, okay, and everything to do with John Weaver, who is the co-founder. All right, here he is with Mr. McCain, okay, and he is and Jennifer Horn resigned amid reports that another co-founder had sent unsolicited inappropriate messages to young men. Weaver was a longtime GOP aide who admitted to sending sexually charged messages to men ranging from teenagers to young adults. So this is your, and they are not, they were very anti-Trump. Horn was one of the only prominent women among the founders of the group, which ran advertisements throughout the election year in opposition to former President Donald Trump. Okay, so to call them conservative just goes to show you, you know, what kind of conservatives they were. Okay, Weaver was also a top advisor to Ohio Governor John Kasich and the late Senator John McCain. This is as dirty as it comes, folks. These types of people are dirty, dirty players. And so this all coming out in the week of Abraham Lincoln's birthday, which Todd, we don't believe in coincidences here.
Nope.
This is the unraveling.
Yep, it's another. It's another war we're in. It's a digital war, but it's a civil war.
Yep.
And not even really. It's the infiltration instead of invasion type. It's a harder one. It's a spiritual battle. It's so much different. You know, in the old days when you just marched on a field, whether you used swords or bows or whatever, muskets, whatever it evolved to, all the way up to modern warfare, I'm not saying it was easier. Yeah. I'm not saying it was easier, but you knew what you were fighting for, or what you thought you were fighting for, as we look back.
Hey, Todd, real quick, Prepping 101 stepped in and said, "Evening, y'all. Thank you, brother. You're welcome, man. Thanks for hanging out with us. And thanks for doing what you did last night. That was really cool, man.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah, and we'll check out your show, and the Snedeheads will definitely check you out.
I'm gonna watch it right after this.
Yeah, very cool.
I want to hear what you guys say. I want to see how you guys do your drops.
Yeah, cool. And by the way, guys, just so you know, this isn't the way we normally do our drops. Me going off an email with a new relatively new Snedhead, I think, Jim Rice, who stepped up. By the way, Jim, nice work today. But you blew up my email. What's that?
Yes, it is too, the way you usually do it.
Well, it is.
Usually you get distracted, and I have to bring you back over to the drop.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So, but you ought to catch us on a day when Todd doesn't have his head up his ass. That would be great.
It's hard to talk.
Yeah, I know. I can barely hear you. So anyway, please continue. You were on a roll before I interrupted you.
Yeah, I was. But what was I talking about? Oh, yeah. What was the subject? Now I got a squirrel.
Yeah. Well, basically, just the.
I was talking about the infiltration instead of in the digital warfare as opposed to the bullets flying. And I'm not saying I'd rather be in a foxhole and rather have bullets flying. I'm not ever going to say that because I haven't experienced it. My father did. My uncles did. A lot of my family did. Uh-huh. And my dad didn't talk about what he went through until he was probably maybe 5 years before he passed away, and maybe he just wanted to relay what he had been through after that. He shielded us from it, you know.
Yeah.
I didn't know what he went through, and basically in the last 5 years of his life, he said, Todd, it's a miracle that you are here. Put it that way.
Really?
He said that, well, yeah, he was the tail gunner in the bomber that was in the little glass bubble, and 80% of those guys didn't make it back.
Wow. No, because they had no protection. They were shot at.
Yeah, and they caught all the flack. It didn't take much. They caught so much flack. He said that the plane basically was like a bobber in the ocean. It just bounced around like. He said one time he thought that they could probably just turn the engines off and it would just the flak would hold the plane up. There was so much. So to think that my father went through that.
You mean like the shrapnel from the explosions and stuff?
Yeah, the explosions, the concussions, he came back half deaf. And basically unscathed, but he relayed stories where they came, they had 4 engines and came in with 1, and took trees out on the way in and skidded, and how they used to take all the flak jackets that they could find, and they would literally pile them up below their bodies and sit Indian style and put their hands out just only as far as they could to touch the sides of the plane to hold their balance, because the plane was shaking all over, and they would he would hold the sides as lightly as he could, keeping as much of his limbs over the little pad he made with the flak jackets, because invariably he said you could see out the bottom of the plane more than you could see plane.
Wow.
So they were rebuilding these planes. I mean, it was just a crapshoot that he made it back. So, thank God. But the stuff that he saw, and then my uncle that was on the first wave of Normandy, the stories that they relayed very, very late in their lives, they didn't tell us what they went through as teenagers, and they didn't tell us when I was in my 20s. They waited till, later in life and shared stories towards the end.
Wow.
But yeah.
That generation, they didn't just, they didn't wear their heart on their sleeve. They didn't, it was a very different way to communicate, or literally swallow everything bad that happened, because it was really, I think, came from just wanting to protect you, probably, from the horror that he experienced, right?
Absolutely. They don't, you don't want to tell your kids that the monsters you told them about that exist under their beds really exist.
Mm-hmm.
You want that to be a fable. You don't want them to see the monster, and you don't want them to know. But I wish I would have known more, and I wish I would have been able to talk to him more about it. But that was pretty wild. And my brother and sister, they're both 12 and 13 years older than me, and they were gone from the house. So when I was with my dad towards the end, I was getting more of the information. It seemed like more of the stories than they got, so I was able to share them with them. So anyway,
well, pretty awesome, man. Thanks for your dad and his sacrifice for our country, and that's some real sacrifice right there.
Yep.
Somebody asked a couple things. What is Jubilee? Jubilee is basically the Nasara Jasara, but it's biblical. Leviticus, and it's the absolution of debt, and it's a freeing up of humanity.
Well, the roots of it, actually, I just listened to 107 the other day, and he talked about the roots of it, and it was the every 7th year when you're farming land in the old days, the 7th year you let it rest.
7th year, right.
And then after the 49th, the 7 times 7, the 49th, on the 49th year of tilling that land, you gave it 2 years, and that was your Jubilee year.
Yes.
The 2-year period was Jubilee.
And there's Shemitah as well, I believe, is tied into that. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Also, and Barbara, by the way, I see that you were trying to get me, and I got a couple things I want to I'll pull up. We did play that from last night, but I will play this, the Lincoln Project, while we're on this. Thank you, Barbara. Now that video we played last night, that was the representative from Michigan. We did play that last night, and then I want to show you this. This is Barbara, and who is involved with this Lincoln Project. This is really, really important. Let me see. And here we go. This was 1988. Let me get the volume here for you.
Basically, to be a very strong anti-Trump organization and to paper social media and everywhere else with anti-Trump messages. John Weaver was one of the people who ran it. He has a lot of accusations against him from young men who call him a sexual predator. You mentioned this back in 2004, that this was a concern of yours. This isn't something that...
This is not from 1988.
Anybody really wants to be vindicated on, but it turns out that you were right.
Well, I didn't mention it in 2004. It was printed in an Atlantic article by Joshua Green, who's now a major figure with Bloomberg. I've actually known about this pattern of behavior since 1988. All I want to say is that the statements from those 21 young men who talked about how they've been approached by Mr. Weaver, that statement speaks for itself, and I don't have anything to add to it. It's a sad, sad chapter.
1988. Okay. By the way, thank you, Barbara, for that. By the way, and I think I missed something there too. I want to be clear about this, is that these people, do you remember what Cindy McCain said, Todd, about Jeffrey Epstein?
It doesn't really come to mind. It probably, as soon as I hear it, I'll...
let me see if I can find it quickly. Oh, here it is. Yeah. Oh, yeah. So I'd love to play this all for you. Here we go.
Untouchable ring. Shoot straight.
Okay, so that's Cindy McCain on the left there.
The perception between a lot of young people is that there is an untouchable ring of governmental and economic elites in this country that not only benefit, like she mentioned, but actively participate in sex trafficking. Jeffrey Epstein was an example. Robert Kraft was arrested not far from here on trafficking charges, and so we, in terms of this as a grassroots movement to push to combat against this issue, are these power players a priority for us right now? Can we even touch them? Or is this a pipe dream that we need to address in the future somehow?
It's like everything. It hides in plain sight. Epstein was hiding in plain sight. We all knew about him. We all knew what he was doing.
I'm going to play that for you again. This is the wife of one of the most powerful U.S. senators, and then she herself became...
in plain sight. We all knew about him. We all knew what he was doing. But we had no one that was, no legal aspect that would go after him. They were afraid of him. For whatever reason, they were afraid of him. All of a sudden, someone said, BS. We're not afraid of you anymore, and what you're doing is not only wrong, it's illegal, it's, all those things. It's like a house of cards now. It's going to start tumbling, believe me. And these guys, if they don't leave the country, number one, they're going to get caught, and they're going and they, not only will they get caught, but they're going to be made examples of. And that's exactly what we should be doing with these guys, especially. In my opinion, if I know there's questions, but Epstein's a chicken shit for doing what he did. He should have faced the music. That one, he should have. Yeah. Sorry.
I'm sorry, Cindy, but you knew what he was doing. You're a chicken shit for not telling anybody, not putting it out there. You're going to call him a chicken shit? That's a nice thing to say to him. You, however, are a chicken shit because you did nothing. And by the way, your daughter is doing nothing too. All right? Doing nothing towards, this is a club, folks. And like Carlin said, you ain't in it. You and I are not in it. And it is a club of protecting each other. And that's why you've got guys like Karl Rove who don't speak out in 1988 when he knows what's going on with this dude. And look at all the innocent lives that were affected by these assholes because people like McCain would not do anything about it. Why? Because they're all in the same damn club.
Would this revelation give our movement any credibility so they can take down the fact checkers?
Which revelation?
The revelation that they know the satanic pedophiles are out there and they're not doing anything about it.
Oh,
so
yeah,
we have to.
Yeah, exactly.
So that legitimizes our order.
Yeah, exactly. Somebody asked if I'm going to cover Antarctica, and I am. I have stayed away from that primarily because we've had this unbelievable water hose, this fire hose of information. But I tell you, Antarctica is worth exploring, and if for no other reason because our greatest explorer of the 20th century, Admiral Byrd, explored Antarctica. And by the way, Antarctica has been populated since the Second World War by the Germans, New Schwabenland. And there's a lot going on down there. There's a lot going on down there that we don't know about.
There are so many dives that I'd like to be doing other than ones we're doing, but we have to stay on point.
I know.
I there's so many of them. Gosh, Yeah, I'd like to share, how to become a sovereign.
I tell you that's a very worthwhile. That's more than one show, Todd. It's a very worthwhile thing, but it's very difficult too. It's not as easy as a lot of these people make it out to be. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
you're talking about operating without a driver's license, and without a social security number, and
knowing the mechanics.
Yeah, and that can be really difficult because because of the way our city, our civilization, I should say, is set up.
Talking your way through passport ownership is and basically mailing yourself as a package country to country is you have to know the finer points of it.
Yeah.
But it can be done.
Yep, absolutely. That's one. Antarctica, Byrd, the maps that Byrd drew up are mind-blowing. What he has to say, and I've got a whole deal. I got a whole breakdown. I can take you guys down through Admiral Byrd. Leslie Mayer, it's hard to read the red on blue. Leslie, Antarctica, I'm making a game about their aliens in Antarctica. That sounds cool. Let us know about that. We'll put it up in the marketplace. Ruth says this crap is so deep. God is the only one that can get it done. It is deep, and also I wanted to. Jim reminded me that the Lincoln Project that we were just talking about, that Barb was dropping for us. Their number one donor, a gentleman by the name of Charles Schumer, who donated $1.9 million.
Crying Chuck's got that loose change hanging around,
dude. How does lying Chuck Schumer have that much money lying around? Is it his?
book writing ability must be book writing ability. He's that's the number one way they get it. But you know, they all this aid money that boomerangs back into the country so magically.
Yes, that's exactly what's going on. That's exactly what's going on. Here's a gossip cop. Michelle Obama giving Barack $175 million divorce ultimatum. 170. Where do they get 175? The same damn thing. The same damn thing.
And what happened to conservatives when they want a book deal now?
Yeah.
There's not even a publisher out there, I don't think, that's left. Didn't they dry up the last conservative publisher?
Yeah. Yeah. They've destroyed conservative publications. Also, speaking of ex-first ladies, Melania Trump has opened up an office, the office of Melania Trump, and is tweeting from that. So that could be interesting, Todd, for us to keep an eye out for those tweets.
Absolutely. She could be one of the 3 non-military.
Exactly. And then, so what else? You got anything else, pal? I think I want to wrap this up. We covered a lot tonight, and it's Friday nights are tough, guys. It's been a long week, and we did some long shows this week. Not long by our standards, but long by everybody else's standards.
It's a war of attrition.
Yeah, and we want this. We want to keep this sustainable for you guys too, obviously, right? That we want to make sure that you're able to, follow us and watch most of the stuff, and it's harder the longer it goes.
Yeah, I agree, brother. I think that what I was trying to get to was the drops that I went to, and I didn't do them all. But, I mean, all the timestamps for Scavino, and I even did some for Biden because I thought, it's a Friday night and POTUS may tweet tonight.
Mm-hmm.
So I did some Bidens, and there's some relative stuff, but it wasn't, the frying pan in the face like, oh, my God, this is awesome.
Mm-hmm.
So, I guess we're spoiled.
Right.
Because when we get the frying pan, it it's like that euphoria you feel when you're right and you're on the right track. And I don't think there's any reason for them to be sending out anything that's going to give away any more of the plan. I think we're so close to the end.
Yeah.
That we just have to let it play out.
And the other thing about that, Todd, that I find is very telling is that they're showing us so much that tells us the white hats are in control because of the absurdity, the sheer absurdity of the left, the rhetorical, impeachment that's happening, the way they're exposing themselves. They don't need to keep telling us, hey, we got this.
Yeah.
They're showing us we already got it.
Right.
How does Joe Biden's nose do that? Okay. What the hell's in the back of his head?
How does Obama turn into an Oscar Mayer wiener?
Thank you. Why aren't they actually in the White House? Why are they in a completely different room with different wallpaper? Okay. You know, why is she not in the, you know, the executive mansion? Why is she in the Blair House? Why is the White House go dark at 11 o'clock every night? Why are there fences around the Capitol when we know for a fact that these people are not in danger? I saw, you know, a lot of people being repelled very easily, a couple flashbang grenades and some tear gas, and we dispersed. I mean, I wasn't trying to get in, but the people that were watching the people trying to get in and trying to stop the people trying to get in, we were all dispersed within, you know, seconds. That's how easy it is if they really wanted them to stay out of the Capitol. Okay, so there's so much that we've got to understand, that we're, you know, they got this. They got this.
Oh, Dave, I'm going to send you one thing, and I'll send it to your. Do you want me to send it to your private messenger?
Sure.
This is an interesting picture I took of. Actually, this came off of a YouTube, and I'll send it to your personal.
Cool. Hey, I'm going to show you guys something real quick from a Snedhead. This is Iran. I think it's Iran tonight. Check this out. You hear it? The siren. It's like a citywide, statewide type of like an air raid siren.
And that's very close to what I saw about 4 or 5 days ago. I don't know if that is confirmed tonight.
You know what? I don't know. Is that 4 or 5 days ago? This is from Denise Billinger. Denise, can you verify when the date was on that, please?
Yeah, because there was a very similar. That was when when they had the blackouts, and they were talking about the Israeli planes flying over,
Okay.
possibly taking out possibly some nuclear facilities.
Mm-hmm.
But that was a few days ago. Oh yeah, I did. David Pulaski said Cuba had a blackout, and that was confirmed. And I don't know how long it was out, but I haven't heard it being turned back on. Like they had a power outage and an internet outage.
And where was that? In
Cuba.
Cuba? Okay.
Yep.
All right. Interesting. This
And
is
I
go ahead.
sent that picture. I sent that picture to you because if you notice, that shows the sun position on Inauguration Day.
Okay, let me pull that up.
It's very low on the horizon, and the trees all have leaves.
It's amazing. Oh yeah, you had sent me a picture earlier in show of the Bidens walking into the inauguration.
This is when they're actually walking out to the crowd.
Okay.
Down the steps.
Oh my gosh. Okay, so we're seeing the sun there. Yeah, this
Yep.
is awesome, Todd.
Yep.
Dude, this is awesome. I'm so glad that you went back to this with Christy today.
Yeah,
This is what
Christy-
you came up with today?
Yeah, I was going through all the tapes, and I said I think that there were mistakes made, and then I sent that to Christy, and she said, "Boy, that sun looks fake almost." So we were almost looking at it that it could possibly be like a CGI or something, but I can't confirm that. But this was off of like I don't know, maybe just a 2.5 minute video. It was on YouTube.
Well, I'll tell you, the other thing that I wanted to show was the other picture that you had sent the other day, which was, I think it was just Robert's, so I just want to show Robert's shadow, unless you got that handy.
Yeah,
I don't know where you put it. Was that on your? Did you post that on your Facebook page?
yeah, I posted it and talked about it. I thought it was
Okay.
just a quick red pill. You know,
Yeah,
a
no, I
six
love
foot,
that you
a
did
six
that.
foot, 6 foot guy wouldn't have a 12-foot shadow at almost noon. I just
Right.
don't. I don't
Right.
believe it. I went out today at approximately the same time in the same hemisphere. And yeah, Washington D.C.'s a little bit northern of us, north of us. So it wasn't exact, but it just kind of looks funny. All the shadows look funny. The characters look funny. I was looking for some smoking guns, and I thought that sun position looked suspect.
Yeah. Okay, so Kathy, thank you for trying to get to that Gina to me. Okay. Yeah, I think you just did it a couple of days ago, didn't you? With the thing. I know people have seen it. Yeah, here it is, guys. So Todd dropped this, and this is the inauguration, and based on what he just showed us with Joe and Jill coming out where the sun was, that speaks directly to this shadow. So that is very, very indicative of how low that shadow was on the horizon. Okay? And that was the longest shadow ever recorded at 11:45 a.m. Robert saw his shadow, so 2 more weeks of Biden's presidency. I love that line, by the way. Oh, by the way, the nicely spaced audience had the same shadows out front, not lighting for television. Sometimes you've got to trust what you see to wake up. There's 9 hours of film on this event. I highly recommend watching with a critical eye. They made hundreds of mistakes in this movie. Guys, Todd had this down February 9th. He went back in today with Christie to get us more, to get more proof of what's happening. So well done, my friend.
Thank you. I just think, visuals are very easy red pills.
Yeah. Yeah.
And, you don't have to argue. You just have to say, okay, can you explain this to me, please? I mean, to anybody.
Yeah.
Visuals always are great. And simple red pills, like I'm going to post again, could somebody please help me understand what MRC5 is? I'm seeing it. It could possibly be in shots. And that's going to make people at least go, huh. And I know what the top 5, even Google searches are on that. So I know where even if they go to their sources, they're going to see what I want them to see.
Yep.
And they're going to, if I can save, anybody from, if anybody can, if one person, makes a decision not to get a vaccination that's going to hurt them,
cool.
Then I'm all for it.
Yeah. 120 3cc popped in during the Love Fest from Prep 101. Welcome. That was fun to do that. I'm so glad you came.
Thanks, brother.
Seeking Wisdom said shadows falling in the wrong direction, but Seeking Wisdom, the video was from the picture that Todd used was from this direction, heading towards the sun, right? It was in the morning. I believe it was in the morning. And then that shadow, then they walked out, and that shadow was behind Roberts, so that sun was coming from the right direction. But who was there, Todd? Who were the real players in that whole thing? Let's take a look at something that Christy Kilburn just dropped to us here. Check this out.
Sure.
Oh, wait a minute. I do not own the song. I'm not going to play the song, but it's Mission Impossible. Okay? I'm not going to play it. I'm just going to quiet it, silence it, and play it. That way we won't get tagged with a copyright. That's how they take us down, folks, is copyright stuff. Okay. Bump, bump, bump.
You can all play it in your minds, though.
Bump, 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 ba-da-da, 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 ba-da. All right. This the mask ripping scenes, guys. Who are these people? Are they in masks? Are they clones? Are they doubles? We know that Joe ain't Joe. Okay? Guys, I know Joe, and you, sir, are no Joe. Okay? There's no way that this is happening the way they're telling us it is. This is I think this is
and revealing what it actually is cost me my Twitter account forever. No warnings.
Yep, that's true. That's absolutely true.
They dropped the bomb on me, and I was done. I didn't even get a chance to take the field, really.
Yep. By the way, Vicky said that was a couple weeks ago with air raids. So thanks for that. Let's see. So, by the way, this is one of my favorite quotes from this guy, Morgan Freeman. I don't want a Black History Month. Black history is American history. There is no White History Month. The only way to end racism is to stop talking about it. Totally agree with that, especially on this day of Abraham Lincoln, who freed the slaves.
Hey, Dave.
Yeah, bud.
I ran across this earlier too. Cindy Plant sent me a reminder that Joe and Jill took a walk up the hill today on
to fetch a pail of water.
Yeah, and they
Jill fell down and broke her crown, and Joe said,
"I'll just get another."
Yeah, I need a newer model.
Yeah. Did you see any of that? It's a short video, I believe.
It's the one where they're walking out on the lawn and they've got the Valentine's Day decorations.
Yeah, and the styrofoam cups of coffee.
Yeah. Was it styrofoam or was it paper?
Well, I think it might have been styrofoam. It could have been paper. I didn't zoom in and do my normal due diligence on it because I'd had enough of him for the day. But maybe it would be helpful to play that only to show how the media has changed their approach with the president.
Oh, you mean how kind they are to him?
Oh my God, you want to vomit.
Yeah, it's so saccharine, it's disgusting.
They are just, anybody that has their eyes open can just look at that. It makes you sick. It's just, you didn't even see civility, they weren't even civil with Trump at any point in time.
No.
And then they're like, "Oh, Joe, you're such a sweetheart."
Yeah.
And then he shares his cup of coffee. He said, "I didn't touch this."
Yeah, he just gave it to her. So first of all, okay,
isn't that a corona problem?
Yeah. He's walking. He's got his hands on it. Okay. Let's get to this here in a sec. But and then
Friends would walk up to me and.
Here we go. And he's holding it this whole time, doesn't take a drink of it. And by the way, he had to walk from the White House with it. That's where he got it. I think this is a paper cup of coffee. And look, they're just aimlessly wandering. There's no they're just looking at this, at these these kindergarten decorations here.
Yeah, did Jill make those herself?
Valentine's Day is a big day. Jill's favorite day. For real.
Isn't it nice to have civility back in the White House?
Yeah.
Blah.
With the pandemic, everybody's feeling a little down, so it's just a little joy, a little hope. That's all.
By the way, everybody talks about the Chinese infiltration of the presidency, folks, but nobody's talking about the German infiltration. Okay.
Last year, we were vice president. You guys in the press walked out of the executive office building. I walked into my office, and every single pane of the vice president's office is see those panes? They're like 3, 6, 9, 18 panes in each window. Shit.
What, nothing for that German reference? Nothing, huh? Nothing, okay.
Taking the school kind of paint the kids
Dog
put
comms.
on poster boards.
Yeah.
Put a heart and said, Joe loves Jill. None of them said Joe loves Joe. They said Joe loves Jill. Everyone. And I went on the next morning. Remember Juju Chang?
I do.
I did an interview with her. She said, I understand that you and your wife have a great love affair. And I said,
Did he make an error cue?
And I said, but everybody knows I love her more than she loves me. And she said, that you and Chang,
I don't know,
Joe
when?
loves Jill. And said,
Right here?
Joe loves Jill. None of them said Joe loves Joe. They said Joe loves Jill. And everyone. And I went on the next morning.
Well, that could have been.
Juju Chang?
That could have been a little cue.
And everyone. Joe loves Jill. None of them said Joe loves Joe. They said Joe loves Jill. And everyone. And I went on the
Yeah,
next
it's
morning.
reaching.
Remember Juju Chang?
I do.
I did an interview with her. She said, I understand that you and your wife have a great love affair. And I said, I hope so. And I said, but
Which started when she would babysit for my kids.
everybody knows I love her more than she loves me. And she said, look me straight in the eye. I said, that's what everybody says.
How do you extend that love story to the American people that are feeling so down right now, so discouraged?
Tell them there is.
Todd, Cindy, how do you extend that love? How do you extend that love affair? And what message do you have for all those who are down right now?
Hold on loosely, but don't let go. If you cling too tightly, you're gonna lose control.
We do not have the rights to those lyrics.
I could have sang it. That would have got us Buddhist for sure.
Yeah, but not for that reason.
People watching.
A lot of people have gone through unbearable suffering. Lost their families, lost their children, lost their husbands, wives, moms, dads, and it's almost unbearable. And the one thing I can say to them is that
Did we lose you?
I'm still here.
Okay.
they really are. It's an experience. They're in your heart.
So we hope this lifted your spirits.
I hope you didn't have to come out this early in the morning. It's so damn cold.
Next time, bring us coffee too.
Yeah, that's true. I wasn't sure you'd all be here.
Dave, we can't see the video.
We'll be here.
Love your
What?
We can't see
damn
the
it.
video.
Okay, thank you.
dog.
You guys are so picky.
Yeah, thanks.
It's the little things in life.
I hope you didn't have to come out this early in the morning. It's so damn cold.
Next time, bring us coffee too.
Yeah, that's true.
I don't think there's anything in that coffee cup.
We'll be here.
Love your dog.
We live here.
Yeah, thanks. Champ's an old one. He's nice.
Which one's the old one, President?
Well, he's almost 14 years old. I had him here when we became his vice president. He was wandering through the territory here, but he was bounding to.
He can barely stand.
Major. We got Major. He's
I like your
He's
dogs.
a rescue dog. I mean, I said,
He's
"Dad,
just
what
in a
can we do to keep
phase. I
Champ
feel
going?"
sorry for him.
He said, get him a young dog.
Yeah.
And so we keep him going. So, you ready, Champ?
They're buddies.
Yeah, they are buddies.
Well, thank you. I'm sorry.
You got a nice pair there, Joe.
Say again?
You got a nice pair of dogs there.
I do. They're good boys.
The dude said, you got a nice pair there, Joe. What? Are my jeans showing too much? Listen to this.
Looking for the gallows. That's funny.
We got Major. He's a shepherd. He's a rescue dog.
Oh my God.
Get him a young dog. And so we keep him going. So, you ready, Champ?
They're buddies.
Yeah, they are buddies.
Well, thank you. I'm
You
sorry.
got a nice pair there, Joe.
Say again?
You got a nice pair of dogs there.
I do. They're good boys.
Got a nice pair there, Joe.
I'll bring the donuts next Friday if you come back.
Okay. I tell you what, I apologize. Here, I didn't have a taste. I didn't even have a taste. Here, come on.
I don't see
I
anything
promise you.
there.
I'm going to get in trouble. I don't have my mask.
I give you my word.
Oh, yeah. Oh, there's the press on federal property that doesn't have her mask on, Todd.
Oh my God! Where are the stormtroopers when you need them?
Dun dun dun.
And look, by
Two
the
of
way,
them.
the camera woman doesn't have it on either.
No.
Yeah, two of
This
them.
guy does not have it protecting his nose. Okay. You see that where
I'm
this
gonna get
is
in
a
trouble.
scam.
I don't know my
This other cameraman
mask.
does
I
not
give you
have
my
one.
word.
Right there. This guy does not have a mask on. Okay.
Well, thank you.
And the
I
person
appreciate
holding
it.
the coffee cup on the left-hand side doesn't have one either.
And should they be passing the cup without wiping?
I'm gonna get in trouble. I don't know my mask.
I give you my word.
I don't have my mask. She's not even thinking about a mask. So do you see
I
how
didn't
this
have
is
Well,
all?
thank you. I appreciate
This
it.
is all for show, guys. All for
See you
show.
guys.
Thank you, sir.
Guys.
Bye, Mr. President. Thank you.
See?
Happy
No mask.
Valentine's. Happy Valentine's.
Aw. But you can see her
that's
smile.
Pretty
I'm just glad we have civility back in the White House.
I'm so happy now. I can sleep.
I mean, they're not in the White House. I mean, that door's not open.
That baby's padlocked.
I don't know when she put those on the White House lawn, Dave, but I looked at the video this morning and I didn't see any hearts and all that stuff.
Interesting.
And was that one upside down?
Is what upside down?
The last heart that, see, I'm on that delay. I'm about 10 seconds behind you.
Oh, yeah.
But that last heart, it looked like the writing was upside down.
I think it was upside down.
It's so disgusting.
Yeah.
Come on, 17th letter, give us a bone.
Yeah.
Please. This is love fest on the
begging.
lawn. Ugh.
We'll get it when they say we get it.
Yeah.
I'm good with that.
Disgusting.
Yeah. Amor and gratitude.
Amor. That's amore.
Isn't amor, well, amor is, isn't it with an E?
It's amore.
Amore?
You better get Italy, not me.
Depends on the language, I guess.
Yeah, it's Italian, it's French.
It has an E on the end.
Yeah. So I'm so glad that we ended with such a such a touching moment.
I thought we would end on a love story, Dave.
A love story. Yep. Love story.
Well, Sunday is Valentine's Day.
Lola says, "Please don't end with this." Okay, we can't end with that. We can't.
We don't want everybody to throw up at the end of the night.
No. Let's see. What shall we end with, folks?
What is it, Dave?
Let's see.
More years? More years? Oh, no.
Let me see. Let me see what we got.
We have some really funny schnetheads. Mary
Yeah, we
McCurdy.
do.
I'll have nightmares now.
Yeah, right. Do you guys remember this photo of Don Jr. with his AR-15 with his mag with
Oh, yes.
Hillary behind bars?
Yeah. That's awesome. That was good.
Oh my
That's
God!
a good way to end.
Yeah, that's a good one.
That's been slightly modified, too. I like that gun.
Yeah, I know, right? That's from Carolyn Mills. Thank you, Carolyn.
Right. That's a good one.
Glenn Wood's still tweeting it, putting up a thing on Telegram.
When isn't he?
Yeah, what's Linwood Wood's been up to?
I mean, he's numbering them now. 1, 2, 3, 12, 19 was his last.
Lynn Bomb dropping
I
wood.
don't think he ever sleeps. Did you really just say that?
Lynn Bomb dropping wood. Yes.
Oh my God.
Yeah, we could do that. We can't do the music though. Let me see. The impeachment, Kitty Paul's, was absolutely. Do I think the impeachment was pre-recorded? That's a good question. I've never even thought about that actually.
Well,
that's an interesting question, Todd. I don't
day
think there's
one-
necessary to do it.
Day one of impeachment, the parking lot was empty at the Capitol building. I can tell you that. So I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't see the activity I thought I would see for the big day.
Okay.
But the other thing, I know that they're messing with the live feeds to the White House.
Yes, they are. Yeah, we definitely found that out.
Snow, no snow, leaves, no leaves, a different structure in front of it. They're manipulated. So, but I've still been paying attention.
Yep. Let me see.
I want to get the message that they're giving to us. You know, I know who's communicating it.
Mm-hmm.
And the other thing I noticed, that a lot of people are getting their channels back.
Is that right?
That was a chatter going around. I heard two different people talk about it today. One of them was a Street Fighter. He was saying that miraculously some channels have been popping back up for use. And I thought maybe it was even, I heard it one other place. I don't want to say wrong, but I thought I heard it in two different locations today.
Right.
And, you know, that happened to us with Facebook.
Wow.
You know, we got Facebook back out of the blue.
Well, it was originally a 30-day suspension. So I think it went 30 days.
Now, what about you know, I don't watch the show much while I'm on it, unless like I'll jump on Facebook or something so I can see what people are saying every once in a while.
Mm-hmm.
But what about the IndoctriNATION YouTube? Not the Dave Schned. Is the IndoctriNATION YouTube back up?
Oh, that's a good question. Let's check it out.
Because I went there last week and it wasn't. It was just the Dave Schned.
Okay. Here's the IndoctriNATION. Let's pull that up.
Now, wouldn't it be nice if they pull the plugs on it? You know, they let the reins go on us and let us speak truth.
Yeah.
Was more
no, still not showing.
It's not up. Okay.
No, just the Dave Schned with the disclaimer about Q. By the way, I don't know when that all happened. Maybe it's because of the 17 on the wall. Maybe.
We just debunked that, Dave. Cindy McCain did it for us.
That's right.
We're on the right track, she said. She'd probably be somebody who'd want to come on the show.
Wouldn't that be something?
Can
you imagine, dude? Can you imagine that?
I'd take the night off.
Oh,
I'd
wow.
just listen to you. I'd listen to you.
You guys, you know what's fun? Well, you guys have heard the way I talk to some people that, you know, we're asking for it. That's kind of how I operate. Like, if you've really, if you've really done something screwed up, I'm going to let you know about it.
It's a smooth verbal assassination, not a real one. A verbal assassination.
It's a verbal bitch slap is what a lot of people need, and but they don't. They're too sensitive to really be able to handle it, or to even handle it being dished out to somebody who maybe, just maybe, deserves a good tongue lashing. And the great thing about that is that when you speak your mind to somebody, you get it off your chest, and you know, as long as you're open to forgiveness and you're open to all that, you know, kind of connection, then you can get stuff off your chest, and then, you know, then deal with it then. But at least you get it. You speak freely. You speak, you know, truthfully. Linda
you do a little bit of. It's a little bit of a Columbo.
Tell me more.
I hear a little bit of Columbo in you. You know, you kind of how you ask them like certain questions, but you're not like super confrontational at the beginning. You know, you're like you act like you're really interested in what they have to tell you, and then you kind of ask them a kind of a vague but a question that could only be answered one answer. You know, it's like, but you mean you would sacrifice the whole world population for that issue? You know, it's like, you know, it's kind of
exactly because you don't like the way he tweets. You know,
yeah, it's a closed question. It's a closed end.
Yeah. So we got a couple questions. One, Linda had asked, "Are we back Monday or Tuesday?" And I haven't decided yet, but we'll keep you posted. I've got so much to do and so much to do regarding the show that it's going to be a pretty full weekend for me as well. But so I will keep you guys posted, and if something pops up, then I'll shoot on. But it's also important for us to replenish as well, especially with your sleep schedule this week, man.
Yeah, it's been awful, and but I also wanted to take this time, just this last couple minutes, just to thank everyone who wished my son Luke. Well, Luke, see, Luke, I got
Luke, I am your father.
Luke, I am your father. My son Gage, a happy 11th birthday. I am going to spend the time tomorrow, since we haven't had the time together, to go through all of the comments on Facebook that everybody was so generous and kind enough to take their time and wish him a happy birthday. I'm sure he's going to be very, very excited.
Yes, and the ones on my page too. Thank you, everyone.
Cool.
Also, Dave, I don't know if you knew about it, but one of our Snedheads, Lynn Litwicki, and her mom were involved in a bad accident. They were
yeah, that's right.
Thank God that they're okay, but car's bad.
But Lynn's doing all right. I saw where she was asking about a vehicle.
I think that they were shaken up pretty bad and bruised and sore and everything. But yeah, thank God that they were okay.
Yeah, thank God you're all right, Lynn. So sorry that you had to deal with that.
I get flashbacks.
That's no kidding. That's kind of a sore subject with you there.
Yep.
The other thing is what was I going to say? People were talking about Ghost Ezra. Some people were saying go to Ghost Ezra, but there's a lot of stuff on Telegram, and it's almost like too much, but this is I don't know. Office of the President-elect Joe Biden, and I don't know what they're trying to show there with Ghost Ezra, but Ghost Ezra can't see in person. DC is caged. Can't get in Capitol Hill right now without a proper clearance. Also, tribunals will be in D.C. It's why it's a prison. And it'll be televised for the world to see. Space Force made sure of that. And he revived the gallows, electric chair, gas chamber, and firing squad back in December, if you remember. Everything will be made public.
Oh, and there was somebody that admitted it was Gallows. Did you catch that on tape?
Yeah.
Oh, yes. That was what's his name? Raskin, I think.
That's what it was. Yeah, I believe so.
Yeah, let me pull up Raskin saying that Now he said they were at the Capitol, but
he said they showed a picture of someone holding a noose around like a dummy or something, like a little puppet or something.
Right.
And then he said, but he, in passing under his breath, said something about where they built the gallows out in front.
Yeah. Hold on. Let me see if I can find that. Do you guys have that?
I'm looking. Here we go.
Guys, why isn't Dave pointing this out? What did I miss here? Go ahead and Joe went to Camp David today. That's near water.
Yeah, and they didn't show him like leave and get on Air Force One or leave. How they showed President Trump every time he moved anywhere.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Sticks out like a sore
and they couldn't
thumb.
stand him. Proud Mama says, Dave, definition of Lynn, a pool or collection of water, particularly one above or below a waterfall. A waterfall or cataract, a roaring Lynn. Wow, Proud Mama, that's amazing. Watch the water. Wow. And Barbara, I'll check out the picture you sent as well. But that's really interesting. Holy cow. By the way, guys, if that's not the thing that I was looking at that you were asking me about, please let me know. Yeah, that's pretty cool. I did not know that.
About Lynn?
Yeah, that Lynn means water. I wonder. Yeah. Kathy says that Chris Wallace said gallows erected in front Wednesday on the story by Martha McCallum. Kathy, do you have a link to that, please?
Yeah, I'm sure you're right. I thought it was Raskin where I heard it.
Yeah, Mustang Medic reported, I guess. Oh, yeah, he was referring to January 6th where the protesters built a small gallows in front of the Capitol building. I think that's what he was discussing, Printer Will. Yeah. Ann Cassard says, here goes another hour. Oh, my God.
It's not. I gotta go night.
Okay. Yeah, exactly.
But it might be another hour for Dave to sign off.
Yeah, right.
Remember, we live 2 hours into the future, Dave.
That's true. But I stay up an extra 2 hours just so that I know your pain.
You should be feeling it.
Yeah. All right, so let me find out where these beautiful ladies are dropping stuff for me here. Okay, yeah, so Barbara brings up hold on. Transition. So this is the Department of Defense at VP. Every single person, no matter their gender, identity, sexual orientation, race, or religious background, deserves to feel safe in the ranks and to have their contributions valued. Okay? Interesting. But it's Twitter, I believe, right? And it says at VP, and it's quoting President Joseph R. Biden. Okay.
Hey, Dave, Ricardo Carrera had a great take on this, on what we were just talking about, Lynn Wood.
Uh-huh.
Lynn Wood means waterboarding.
Oh, my God.
And actually, he's been waterboarding the Dems and all the voter people for months now.
Yep. Wow.
That's great. I love it.
They and also Ghost Ezra also said Pompeo called him VP today as well. And
old habits are hard to break, right?
Yeah. And of course, what you call it? That also Gulf Times reports that Biden aides launch a review with eye to shut the Gitmo prison down. Yeah, how you doing there? Of course they have. And they're going to get rid of executions too as fast as they possibly can.
Rubber bullets.
Yeah. Also the signal in the FBI. There's a link here. Okay. Court docs show that this is from Barb. Thank you, Barb. Court docs show FBI can intercept encrypted messages from Signal app. Look at the dates. The encryption of Signal equals WhatsApp, Facebook was funded by the U.S. government. I predict a backdoor will be found there within 5 years from now. This was back in 17. Okay. This is a 17 drop. Designates the KKK and Antifa as terrorist organizations. 2, Democrat-founded, financially, legally backed organizations. DA set free blockade post-terrorist designated. DA no proof individual link to Antifa argument coming. Antifa mapping began long ago. This is when we found out that they actually know that with all those forest fires that were being started by Antifa, that they were using Signal, and that's how they knew what they were doing. Kathy says, I doubt Linwood is a waterboarder anymore. He gave his life to Christ 2 years ago.
It's a verbal waterboarding.
I think it's it's just a verbal bitch slap, like we were talking about, Kathy. I don't think literally that they're waterboarding, because they don't need to waterboard them to get the truth from them. We already have it.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, so they must have taken the Raskin quote down, maybe, Kathy thinks. And I don't know which post this is, 4672. Let me see, Barb, if I can go to 4672 and find out what we're looking for here on yours. And that's an Anon. We were just there, I think. Oh, no. Jack says download Signal app. Signal became one of the top 10 most downloaded social apps on iOS yesterday for the first time, according to data from App Annie. The last time Signal downloads ranked nearly as high was on the day of Trump's inauguration. And that's from Vox, so you know it's true. Signal, since day one, did they know? Okay. Coordinated, analyzed downloads. Pre-protests riots start to 60 protest riots. Coincidence? Now think fires. What was I just saying? That's how they knew that these fires were started by Antifa, because they were tracking their signal, right? Yeah, Signal has a backdoor. Yeah. Cool. Hannah, I will check that. Okay. So, here we go.
That, Dave?
Yeah.
Did you go, what post did you go to just now?
That was 49. I think it was 40. 4672.
See, the 4719, I just put water back in to just kind of catch up a little bit, using news to unlock the map.
Yeah.
It's a pretty little interesting thing. It might be related to what you were just talking about, but it kind of has a double meaning.
Ah.
And that goes along with signal.
You want me to go there?
Well, I can read it to you real quick. It's just
Okay.
a short one.
Okay.
It says, "Be water, spread fire. They're using the cover of sharing water, bringing water to the first responders as cover to move around, spreading fire. Sick bastards."
Mhm.
That's back when they were, that's when they were using signal, right?
Yeah. Also, D. Nolan says, weren't Antifa trained by ISIS? Yes, they were. Absolutely. Yeah.
And the other thing that I think they might be saying was, that we know the funding for Antifa went to Act Blue.
Right. Yeah.
Which led right to the presidential candidates. That's got to be tied in.
Mm-hmm.
Follow the money. Remember, we just saw that. I don't know. I've seen that 20 times in the last 3 days, probably.
Follow the money.
Yeah, so you follow the money through Antifa to Act Blue to the president, our new president, our great new president.
Hey, Mr. President, how come you're outside? We wanted to see the decorations. By the way, who picks up the dog shit? Because I'm sure he doesn't bend over and do it.
Nice pair.
Yeah, nice pair. I love that one. By the way, the reason I went to that Iran air raid thing, even though it seems that like it's old, is because we went to that 1255 drop, and the first thing that it said is Iran is next, and that's a poignant. And we'll do a couple, just one or two more, guys. Then we gotta call it. Hannah, we have watched. I've shown the Woo's News official. That was awesome. What Woo's News did. We sent everybody over there, and we liked and watched that video. So thank you for giving us that heads up there, because it is a fantastic video. And again, guys, Woo's News, WOOZNEWS. Okay. And let me see. Judicial Watch seeks release of Sally Yates records on her refusal to defend President Trump's travel ban. And that she's on Joe Biden's short list for AG. And she would not enforce his travel ban, and so Tom Fitton filed an appeal and to gain the release of this insubordination. And so I think they're going to get him. So that'll be very interesting. So we'll keep an eye out for that. Judicial Watch is doing some great stuff. And let me see.
All right, brother. I'm going to tap out here.
All right, bro.
Thanks, man. I'm really slowing down the wheel. The hamster just fell asleep at the wheel, so I don't want to drive off in the ditch.
Happy Valentine's Day, everybody.
Oh yeah, happy Valentine's Day. That's right. Monday is it Monday? Is Valentine's
Sunday.
Day?
Sunday.
Is it Sunday?
Good morning. It's Sunday morning.
Good. I got the flowers off today.
Yay!
That'll work.
To both my gals.
Awesome.
Yeah, I think they're gonna dig them. So, all right, guys. Good night. Have a great weekend. I'm around if you want to reach out. But enjoy your time. Thanks for a great week, guys. Please support this broadcast so I can send these cute kids some moolah. I'd love to send Todd and Cindy some moolah, folks. So what do you say we kick it in here a little bit, so Todd can give her a nice top ramen meal for Valentine's Day. Huh?
Ramen, yeah. Maybe add some hot dogs to the ramen.
Yeah.
All right. Thanks, everybody.
All right.
Love y'all.
All right. Love you guys.
Stay
Good
in
night.
your foxhole.
Love
Yep.
y'all. Hang
All
in
right.
there, everybody that's dealing with everything. Hang in there.
Yeah, exactly. All right. Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Love you.
Love you, man. All right, guys. So we will. I'm going to wrap this up, and let's close with a little prayer, and then we'll say good night. Yeah. Dear Lord, thank you for bringing us together on this Friday evening and other times in other parts of the world. Thank you for bringing us together from around the world tonight. Thank you for all the strength that you have instilled upon us to seek the truth and to awaken to the matrix. And we ask you to strengthen us further and to watch over all those who are having difficulty right now, all the Snedheads, all the digital warriors, all the people that are truly wanting a beautiful place to live for their family and their friends and for themselves, without all the evil that we must face every single day and all the lies that we must face every single day by the mainstream media. So please watch over all of us that are being impacted by this show that we're watching right now. And we ask for patience, we ask for strength, we ask for compassion, we ask for forgiveness, and this through the Holy Spirit and the Lord Jesus Christ. And we ask you to strengthen our President Donald John Trump and his family and his team and the Q team and the Anons, the autists, and the children, folks that have experienced such tragedy, such atrocity, such horrible things, the most innocent of humanity. We ask you to bless these souls, bless these children that have experienced these tragedies, and we ask you, thy will be done, to watch over us all and heal us from this evil. Amen. All right, folks. Much love to you all, and thanks for hanging out on this Friday night. And I may drop something this weekend, depending on what's going on. But I'm going to be busy with a lot of stuff, so I may not see you till Monday or Tuesday night. Okay. Much love to you all, and much love to our new friends over at Prepping 101. And thanks for making that happen. That was really cool. And I'm sorry that I was so caught up in my technical glitch at the time that I wasn't able to really appreciate it. But that was really awesome. So, all right, guys, love you much. Have a great night. Be well. Enjoy the weekend. Happy Valentine's Day.